Hello and welcome to the final episode, the final film of 1999, Magnolia, with my guest, Phil Iscove. Phil, I really pulled it over on you this time. There are no guests. It's just me and you, buddy.
Really?
No, just
Okay.
wait. but for the
Because I
first
was like,
15
we did say this was a spectacular of some sort. So as,
it is
as
a
spectacular as it would be for you and I to talk.
You are spectacular.
I appreciate that.
And I want to, and listeners, Phil has no idea what we have planned.
Yeah, I'm in the dark on this one, guys.
No idea what we have planned. This is the last movie we've done. We saved it for the end, and we were always gonna, always had this open question as to what we will do with this episode. Well, you're about to hear it. I planned a spectacular episode for my good friend Philip Iskov, the great writer, the great friend, the great producer, the great guy.
Very
This
kind
the brains behind the outfit. The current outfit says, "What do kids know?" A big
I'm
Earl
wearing a
Partridge
t-shirt.
production.
Yeah.
He's wearing a
true.
red t-shirt, and we're just gonna go. So,
Okay.
Phil,
Yes.
what'd you think
Should
of
I?
this movie?
It's funny you say that. I haven't watched this film for 5 years intentionally. Right. I don't know if you
Mhm.
have. Have you watched?
No,
I mean,
no.
I think I might have.
I
I
have
mean,
not.
if I'm being completely honest, I might have caught a couple of scenes on HBO here and there over the 5 years. So, like, I can't say I haven't seen anything of this film in 5 years. That being said, I have not hit play on this movie and watched it in its entirety in over 5 years. And it hit me differently, in good ways, but in different ways. I don't know if it did
Mhm.
for you as well. I feel like, age, experience, just the world has made this film special in different ways. I don't know if you would
Oh,
agree with
I,
me or
I
not.
totally agree with you. I feel like this movie is
Hmm.
both better and worse than I thought. Uh,
It does have some stuff that did bump me a little bit this time
it
around.
it does definitely. I don't think that I don't think the dialogue is as strong as I want it to be. I don't even think the
Hmm.
performances are as strong as I want it to be. But
That's
I
interesting.
do but I do think that the emotions are stronger than I remember,
Yep.
and the lasting impression is as powerful as it's ever been. So it's
Yeah.
this weird thing where it was I wasn't sure if it was like my favorite film of the year watching it, and I'm pretty sure after that it is. Um
Yeah.
yeah, I'm pretty sure after that it is, even though I don't think it's the best film.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We've talked about this film has loomed large for you, at least for myself. I don't want to speak for you.
We 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 didn't. It wasn't the kind of thing where we're like, we're gonna do Eyes Wide Shut first and
Yeah.
Magnolia last, because
Yeah.
those are the two
Yeah.
best. It was just, we're gonna do Eyes Wide Shut first because it's an interesting film. We're gonna
Mhm.
do, and we never even said we're gonna do Magnolia last until
We
about
didn't.
3 or 4 years into it, where it's like,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, it's and it is the obvious last one. What really hit me this time, and you kind of said it very succinctly, the emotions of it and the feelings of it and the operatic, elements of it, of just the scope of it, and the swings of it. That's what really hit me this time, of just the relentlessness of it really hit me this time. Like, I forgot that like there is some sort of a cacophony of noise going on in this film, essentially from
Mm-hmm,
credits to credits.
mm-hmm.
And that propels you through this whole like crazy thing that I was just really kind of taken with the enormity and the intimacy of it this time around.
That's what it is. You just nailed it. It is somehow about everything,
Yeah, like the entire
and
human
it's all
condition.
the entire human condition, and it's also so much about small little observed moments,
Yep.
the most important moments of our lives, really.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what all these characters have in common, is they're kind of in the moment living their most important moments, and also living with just massive regret for most of
Yeah, I
these
think that
characters.
the thing that kind of hit me this time, and there's a quote from Paul Thomas Anderson actually from when it came out, which is that he said, "I really feel that Magnolia is, for better or worse, the best movie I'll ever make." Then later, on an AMA in like 2015, 2016 on Reddit, he said, when someone asked him what would he tell himself if he could do it back and shoot the movie again, his response would be, chill the fuck out and cut 20 minutes. And which
I'm shaking my head because I don't agree.
I don't agree either.
Yeah.
I think
It almost ends
yeah.
abruptly for me.
No, it could go on for 5 hours as far as I'm concerned. Like,
Yeah.
and I actually think that the length is part of it. Like, it's kind of an endurance test in its own way, right? Like it's a dare of a movie, right? It's daring you to go on this journey. And there were walkouts, and this movie was not embraced really for all intents and purposes when it came out.
I agree with you.
So I think that,
Joel Siegel famously had it on his like worst of '99. On the Ebert show, and Ebert's like, "Well, you're never coming back because you're one of the great dummies I've ever had sit across me." And
BJ Maslin didn't give it a good review either in the New York Times. I mean,
I remember people not really feeling it, and I remember, everyone knows now what happens at the end. So I remember, even to this day, the Reign of Frogs is I would say divisive. Divisive. Thank you, or divisive in America.
Yeah,
but it's it's not decisive. But I remember I had a very good friend in high school who in some ways acted as my film shaman. His name's Jared Saplin, and he's out here, and he has a really cool job. But Jared, and in a lot of ways, Jared was the person who kind of shaman. He kind of brought me into a more elevated film, mental space. And he was very into Magnolia from the beginning, and it just was incessant that I watch it. Even I'm a huge Boogie Nights fan. I saw that in theaters. Was for the moment I saw it, right? So, and then rented Hard 8 and loved that. Sure. So but even Magnolia felt like, I don't know if this is what I want to do with my time. But he was like, you have to, and I loved it. I there's something about it. It's 3 hours and 8 minutes.
It is,
but I certainly doesn't breeze by. But it is not, to me, we've watched a lot of long movies.
And a lot of short movies that felt long.
A lot of short movies that felt long, but between our, we've done 500 of these films.
Insane.
And we probably watched 50 movies that clock in around 2:45 or longer. This is the easiest watch of the bunch.
I totally agree.
Without question.
I saw this 3 times in the theater when it came out. I was pretty obsessed with it from the jump. 99, my movies of 99 in 99 were like this, Eyes Wide Shut, American Beauty, if I'm being completely frank. Those were not
Being John Malkovich.
I liked Being John Malkovich quite a bit, but I'd be lying if I said in 99 that I totally got it. Like, I think that movie, I don't know that I totally locked into it.
I will absolutely own that American Beauty was one of mine. And this was not, though I did kind of feel like I was rooting for it by the time the Oscars came around. So I've definitely seen it and liked it by then. But it was American Beauty, Sixth Sense, Being John Malkovich. Those were the 3 where I'm like, those are the ones that really felt like they were, super important to me at the time.
Well, I think that and obviously, to be clear, I obviously really liked Sixth Sense as well when I saw it. But it's just, all that being said, should I give some context, Kenny?
Yes, you should. And I guess The Matrix too, I think, would also be the other one that felt like, not that anyone thought it was going to get nominated for Best Picture, but it's like Best Editing win really mattered, No,
for sure. And I mean, listen, it goes without saying that Sleepy Hollow was a big deal for me, obviously, in 99 as well. But I think that there were movies, and similar to your friend, there were movies for me that I would go and see, and then I would take other friends to see.
Yeah.
And Magnolia was one of those films for me. I remember taking friends to see that.
Let's do it. Let's do our context.
So on a random day in the San Fernando Valley, a dying father, a young wife, a male caretaker, a famous lost son, a police officer in love, a boy genius, an ex-boy genius, a game show host, and a strange daughter will each become part of a dazzling multiplicity of plots, but one story. Magnolia opened on, in limited release, that is, on December 17th against Stuart Little, The Green Mile, Toy Story 2, Deuce Bigelow, Bicentennial Man, and in the King, World Is Not Enough, Sleepy Hollow, and End of Days. That was the weekend of December 17th.
Wait, what's going on here? Some people just entered the chat.
What?
Oh, did people enter the chat?
Yeah, oh my goodness. It's Emily St. James and Ashley
Look
Ryle.
who it is.
Two of
Hey,
our
guys.
favorite guests.
Wow.
I have a Libby too, but she's feeding a baby. So
Couple of moms over there.
and the baby stinks. I have been informed.
Do you mean literally or figuratively?
Oh, mostly literally. The baby's actually really great. Love
That's
the baby,
awesome.
but the baby just like makes so many smells, and we love them for it.
Thank you guys
Hey,
so
Ash.
much for coming on to the podcast.
Hey, guys.
For having us. It's spread on a piece of
I have no idea what's going on, guys, as I think you're well aware. So, to our listeners, if I sound surprised, it's because I don't know what's coming. So,
No, Phil does not know what's coming, but now I can kind of like give a little format. What
Okay,
I'd like
great.
to do is
great.
I'd like this to be a little Graham Norton-y. All right. So you just hang out on the couch until you don't want to hang out anymore. I know that, some people have dinners with some people, some people have babies with some people.
Sure.
And
I did have my baby with a person. That is correct. Yes. It was not. I did not just pop it out of my back.
This is so lovely to see you both. Two guests from year one, right on in the beginning. Two people who have, continued to just be very important in their fields.
It's true.
Two shining lights, and I'm so happy to see you both here.
I double checked the podcast like it's 1999 wiki to make sure I'm still ahead of Ashley, and I've increased my lead because I did not sell a television show across the course of this podcast.
It's true. It's true. If Ashley didn't have a show to make, she'd probably be on our podcast a lot more often.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm being very triggered right now. My competitive spirit is being triggered, and
Sure.
I don't know what to do about it. I want a time machine so I can go back in time and beat Emily.
Listen,
she has on this podcast.
There you go.
Well, I want to say something to Emily real fast because I said something on a different podcast near the end of it where I said that Alan Sepinwall and Mark Harris were two people I read before this podcast who were very important to me. Two of the reasons that why I do what I do. Emily, you're a third. You really are.
thank you.
Really like devour, and you know this because I said this the first time you're ever on, but just devoured your writing before I ever had a job like of any paycheck.
I mean, I remember talking with you about Emily's reviews of Glee all the time.
Glee and Community. I mean, like
Yes, Glee and
it was
Community,
really
yeah.
Glee for sure, but also Community. It was you were a Sherpa for all of us people trying to get through. So we really do. I mean, a third hero. No, it's like it's just another hero of mine that we are friends with. It's really lovely.
Thank you so much.
That's how I truly feel.
It's easy for me to forget those AV Club days where I was reviewing 15 shows a week and like working 16 hours a day and throwing myself at a wall endlessly to avoid thinking about myself too much. It's easy for me to forget that people were reading that stuff and engaging with it. And it's always so nice to hear people talk about it in that way.
And Ashley, right now you're in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
I am
shooting the second season. I mean, you
of your hit television show.
You went from shitting all over 10 Things I Hate About You, and being the bane of this podcast, to being nominated for Emmys. So fuck the haters.
Suck it, lovers. I guess.
All right.
I think I did a little. I did.
You shit all over it. You shit all over it.
It was great though because it got people talking about our podcast, so we appreciate that.
All right, someone's coming in. Someone's coming in.
Oh, someone else is
I
coming
don't
in?
know. I actually don't know if someone's coming in. I just know that someone just finished their bottle. And it's Libby. Libby just finished her bottle.
Oh, oh my.
Oh, baby's
Yes.
first
No,
podcast.
yes, I wanted to make sure that my baby, this was their first podcast. Say hello,
that's
baby.
very,
Yeah.
she's very, very cute.
Thank you. Thank you. No, but please continue telling Ashley and I how good we are.
Yeah.
You guys are the best in the world. But
You're really good at what you do, guys. I mean, what can be said?
Thank you.
What'd you guys think of Magnolia? Did you rewatch by any chance? Not that you had to.
I did, but it's like in the last 6 months, and then I was like, well, I don't
that's good.
that again. But I feel like that Magnolia is a movie that I think I appreciate in a much more profound way now than I did when I first saw it.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I remember being inordinately annoyed by the frogs the first time I saw it, which was in 1999. I was just like, okay, all right. Now I love it. Now I love every single part of it. And I do think that it is maybe Tom Cruise's most interesting performance.
You know, I was watching it, obviously I was rewatching it over the last couple of days, and I then looked at his filmography. It is the last time, I would argue, he does something genuinely risky, like from a character perspective. There are people that would say Collateral, maybe.
No, he stood on the side of a plane. That seems pretty risky.
No, I don't mean risky physically. He's
Hi, Libby.
Hey,
Where the hell
Libby.
did my baby go?
That's really scary.
Libby Hill has joined the chat.
Hello.
Hello, Libby.
I'd like
Hey,
that I had
Libby.
to come here to find my baby.
Your baby's a few Zoom windows over. You just
Yeah.
gotta.
I thought you were talking about Phil.
Also
There you
true.
go. There you
Phil, I
go.
like your
Well,
shirt.
Thank you.
Happy Magnolia.
I appreciate. Thank you, Libby. I was just saying on the Tom Cruise. Oh,
Hi,
Carrie
Carrie.
Corrigan's here now.
Carrie Corrigan joining us from New York.
Hello.
Here's what I love about what's transpiring is that I was texting with Carrie earlier today about Magnolia, and she just pretended like she hadn't watched it
Oh,
recently.
Carrie, I love you. That's so nice of you.
Great.
And everyone was so good except for one person who I'll take to task about not putting it on the internet that they were watching Magnolia.
There actually were two
And-
people that did it.
And there actually were two people. I know. There were
and
two.
both of those people, I was like, that's suspicious, but
Yeah.
I get it.
I put it on Letterboxd, but I know Phil doesn't
I don't go on Letterboxd.
keep
I
up
don't
with
fuck that.
Letterboxd.
I don't
So
fuck with
I was
Letterboxd.
like, I'm good here. I'm good here.
Libby told me as we watched it last night, do not put this on Letterboxd. We don't want Phil to find out. I was like, Phil doesn't
God, you
go
guys are
on
great.
Letterboxd.
I'm not on Letterboxd.
Did you put it
Not
on
yet.
a letterbox, Emily?
No, I didn't. I'm going to tonight.
What-
So, yeah.
What would you
I-
give it on Letterboxd?
Yeah, what's your score?
I'd probably give it 5. This movie's self-indulgent bullshit, but oh my god, it's so good. Like
Yeah.
I always forget I love self-indulgent bullshit until I'm watching
Oh,
it, and I'm like,
the
oh,
best.
great,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's the best.
perfect,
Yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
No, I was not expecting this movie to hit me as hard as it did. I like PTA a lot, but I like post There Will Be Blood PTA, who's a markedly different filmmaker.
Yeah,
from
for
pre
sure.
There Will Be Blood PTA. But this hit me like a ton of bricks. It's so smart about abusive family dynamics and toxicity and all this stuff. And there's frogs, which who doesn't
Pro
love when a
frogs.
bunch of frogs
Yeah,
die?
who doesn't love frogs? I also want to shout out Carrie's Amy Mann t-shirt just for what that's worth.
I
for our
couldn't
listeners.
not be thematic.
Amy Mann,
Carrie-
who liked my tweet today about Magnolia, which was a nice little gift.
Well, you could tell her yourself because she's coming out right.
That'd be hilarious if you got Amy
I
Mann.
was gonna say you should have tried to get her.
You know what? I took a little. I took the smallest swing at PTA himself. I asked some people who
Oh, that's amazing.
I asked 3 agents. I'm like, do you guys know anybody who knows anybody? And
Sure.
it wasn't gonna happen. Someone else has entered the chat.
It's a lot of people.
Is it Maya
No, it's-
Rudolph?
It's not even close yet.
Oh boy. What I was. Oh, okay.
Hi,
Oh,
Jessica.
there's Jessica.
Hi guys.
Jessica Ellis.
It's good to
Join
see
the
you.
chat. all of you are on the chat because you're such great guests and great friends. And this is this is a no boys allowed except for us chat. That was the plan.
On the Paul Thomas Anderson front, it should be said that I've heard through people who are friends with him that he doesn't really like talking about this movie because it's kind of a hard movie for him to grapple with. I think being so personal and dealing with the death of people he cared about, I think he doesn't really like talking about it. So
he has
would have been
said
tough to get him.
he has said he thinks it's 20 minutes too long.
Yeah,
And like I think he's right, but also the only thing I know I would cut is the small rapping child. I feel like that just let's get rid of that.
I mean, they gutted that. You know, listeners of our podcast might know from our Orlando Jones episode that we did in our first year. Orlando was in this movie, and he's not in this movie anymore. Yeah, they gutted all of that. So you know, you could have taken the kid out too, probably, and it wouldn't have.
So, Jessica, my understanding is this is your first time ever watching this film.
It was, yeah. I watched it this week.
What did you think? Just know all these people. Know all these people would be listening to the podcast anyway, and would judge you, just not your face.
All our listeners are going to be on this podcast today.
Yeah. I don't know. I have an issue with Paul Thomas Anderson generally, which is that I think he's a really talented. Like his camera work is amazing. I think he's just an interesting, intelligent filmmaker, and I have no like anger towards him in any way. And I don't understand anything he's saying ever. Like, it always feels to me like I'm talking to somebody who's very coked up at a party and definitely means what they're saying. But it does not make any sense to me. And Unfortunately, that's where I landed with this one too. There were, moments I liked and individual performances that were amazing. Mm-hmm. But yeah, the dial was just at 11.
You know what you should watch is the making of documentary, which is an hour of, I'd say, a pretty high Paul Thomas Anderson, of just seeing that he might have been under the influence while making this entire film. But yeah, I mean, it definitely, he has mellowed a lot. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Which character do we most identify with?
Oh boy. I don't know, man.
I don't want to identify with any of them.
All right. I identify with Tom Cruise.
I was going to say there are parts of these characters, like bits and pieces. I don't know that there's one character as a whole that I would say I particularly there's like that seems like a bad idea to be like any of these people. They all seem pretty broken.
I was going to say it feels like it's like every person I look at, I'm like, that person is in pain. And I say this like in a genuinely like empathetic way, but I was like, I feel for them, but I would not want to recognize. And maybe that's like self delusion in a way of being like, I don't want to recognize with any of these people in pain. You probably do. But yeah.
I also think that, Kenny, there were probably characters that I saw more of myself in when I saw it in 99 than now. Sure. Like, I definitely think that, when I was 19 years old and still trying to figure out who I wanted to be and whatever, there's a lot of characters grappling with self-identity to a certain degree. I mean, like William H. Macy's character being maybe the most overtly just the longing and the desire for someone to love him. There's just a lot of stuff going, and even just like the date between John C. Reilly and Melora Walters is
such a good scene.
But
so Brian Cogman's in the waiting room, but I think I'm just going to make him wait.
You're such a dick.
I think I relate to Janet. I think I'm Janet.
Oh, Janet's great. Do your fucking job.
Yeah. It's on the phone. Screaming. Yeah. I
think I honestly relate to the frogs. That's how I feel right now.
Sure. The one frog that close.
The frog who hit. Yeah. Which one? The one who hit. Hey Brian. Champagne wishes and caviar dream. I like either the frog who hit William H. Macy in the face.
Yes. Yep.
Or the one who hits Philip Baker Hall in the face.
Yes.
I mean, those are my two favorite. Then I like the other one who kind of lives.
Breathes on his hood.
kind of flops.
Yeah. I like equally the frog in the face right now. I think that encapsulates being this deep into production.
I was just gonna
How are
say
things in Canada, Ashley?
he's going well up in Vancouver, Ashley.
I love it.
I'm sorry. I thought this was the Topsy Turvy Appreciation Society. what are we talking about? Frogs?
Oh, boy.
All right.
You were in the
Back to-
wrong chat.
Back to the waiting room with you, sir.
Where is this?
Brian,
Oh,
it's
my.
great to see you. Thank
Boys,
you for
it's
joining us on
It's the
this
final
pod.
episode.
It is, I know.
It is the final episode. It's
Kermit's here to, pay
Can you-
his respects
Brian-
as well.
a frog. Yeah.
The frog.
Oh, yeah. Brian, can you believe
Frog.
we know all these wonderful people and we had you kick off our Patreon?
I know. It doesn't really make. I thought it was a strange decision.
Great movie though. Last Crusade.
I ran with
it. Yeah.
Hell yeah, it helped that we were talking about a great movie.
Yeah. Helped it. Yeah.
Hi everybody.
So some of you guys have come on and done your top 10 99s. I know Emily and Jessica and
Mhm.
Brian have already done it.
Mhm.
Libby and Ashley and Carrie, do you guys have any 99 movies that you guys love that just come to
Carrie's
mind?
face.
Movies you want to talk about? Carrie's like,
Carrie just looked
I'm put on
blindsided
the
by this.
spot.
well,
I mean, it doesn't need to be a top 10, but just movies that you love from 99 that jump off the top of the
See,
dome.
like the late 90s blur together for me
Because you were so old.
because I was so
Yeah.
Because you were a
Probably.
teenager, not even.
Here's the problem, guys. 99, not that distinctive a year. It really- the whole-
It's weird that we spend
that's the thing.
time.
Like 97, you tell me like a year like 97, 96, I can pull out something.
this is the
easy.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
This really
that's
was
fine.
a huge mistake. The whole premise of the podcast.
Yeah, it was really bad. Ashley, do you have thoughts?
I feel like I want you to tell me my top three 99
Oh Jesus.
Oh,
I
You're putting
like
me on the
that
spot?
game.
right now than I would.
I mean, I think maybe being John Malkovich would be up there for you.
That'd be in my top 10. Yeah.
I think that. I mean, this is. I don't know. I don't know if you. I think Eyes Wide Shut would be in your 10.
Oh no.
No.
No, Phil, Drive Me Crazy's number one. We all know that.
Wait. Drop Dead Gorgeous.
Oh, that would be in there. Yeah. And
Oh boy.
gosh.
This is tough. I'm just drawing a blank on movies that came out in 99, Kenny. What other ones?
This is why I asked you.
I'm going on
Audition.
movies that came out.
Audition. Have you seen Audition?
End of Days, The Mummy.
Yes. Oh boy.
Um,
No.
Did the
Galaxy
Mummy come out
Quest.
in 99? Oh.
Galaxy Quest might
Galaxy.
be.
The Mummy came out in 99, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you guys all aware that I predicted Brendan Fraser would win an Oscar within 10 years, 4 years
Really
ago?
did, guys.
Within 10 years well done. I mean, we
Yeah.
don't know yet, but
Yeah,
possible.
Ernie's gonna splice it in right now.
So did everyone? Okay, outside of Jessica, it feels like, and then Carrie, because she was what, like 10 when 99 happened. I don't know. Did most of you guys see this in the theater? Was this a theater going
Oh
experience for you
yes.
guys?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yes.
Yes.
Libby,
yes.
was it a theater going experience for us?
Oh, and how? It was the theater going experience for us.
Oh,
Wait,
interesting.
elaborate.
Yeah, please.
Oh, I swear to God, we've told this story on the podcast before.
I think we told the Bicentennial Man story and
Yeah, the
Iron
Bicentennial Man
Giant story.
is on the Bicentennial Man episode.
Yes.
So,
Emily,
yeah.
I think this is more your story than my story. So why don't you go ahead?
So Libby's grandmother died. Her beloved grandmother, who she had just had basically raised her as a child. And I was like
18 years old.
Yeah, I was like this budding film nerd. We lived in South Dakota. This movie got there super late. I was so excited to see it because I had read something on Ain't It Cool News about it. That's like
Sure.
where we are in our
Sure.
the time of life. So the day of Libby's grandmother's funeral, I pick
Mhm.
her up at her house.
All
We
right,
had
where I
just-
delivered the eulogy.
yeah, where you delivered the eulogy. I had just started dating her. We had just gone together. And I was like, hey, I need to cheer you up. Let's go see a movie. I really want to see Magnolia. So,
You saw Magnolia on the day of her
yes.
grandmother's funeral.
Yes. Mhm.
What'd you think, Libby? Did it play well for you?
Not great.
Yeah,
It wasn't
yeah.
great, Phil. It wasn't great.
Oh,
It wasn't
well.
great. Keep in mind, I was just at the beginning of my journey of getting like my depression diagnosed, and like
Sure.
within 6 weeks would have a very bad night. And so I was sitting in the theater. My grandmother was, I don't even know if she was in the ground yet. And I was watching all of these people either dying or wanting to die.
Dancing through the story. I know you're shaking your child. I know.
Sure.
Oh, the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a baby on this podcast.
And so now, like in retrospect, the baby's even more miraculous because, whoa. They did not think we would be here.
The miracle of life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it wasn't great. I finally worked up my nerve to rewatch Magnolia during the pandemic, and I was like, okay, that's not as bad. And then we rewatched it last night, and I was still like,
oh man,
not my favorite. but
sorry, made you do this.
Than it was. So yeah, that was our experience. Look,
hey guys, see, they had the right idea.
Hello.
Hello, Hunter and Stacy.
Hi.
Should have brought champagne.
We have some for you.
Yeah.
I'm always drinking champagne though at this. This really has nothing to do with you.
You're the second married couple on here. Did I? Yeah.
Did Libby just leave? Libby's like, I'm out.
Well, except
I understand. That was
that was a tough story.
Did you guys go and see Magnolia together by any chance?
Hunter and Stacey?
I mean, we met about 8 years after it came out, so no.
Right. Famously during the writer's strike.
Yeah, but we would have.
Can I tell you quickly?
Yes, please.
I saw it at that time. I lived off of 3rd Street. I walked by myself to the Beverly Connection, probably the weekend it came out. I sat there, was blown away, and then walked home literally looking up for frogs.
Wait, there was a theater in the Beverly Connection?
Yes.
Wasn't that the theater that like kind of showed movies a lot later than they came out?
Yeah. Like, and they were very, I mean, there was a theater in the Beverly Center too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tiny theater.
That's
the Beverly Connection. Beverly Connection was a little bit better. Like they had new stuff, but yeah, that's where I saw it.
When did that theater close out of here? I mean, it's got to have been, I mean, I'm just trying to think of like, I've been here since 2005. I mean, anyway, it's got to be.
It closed the day you moved here.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We have 8 of the most interesting people in media on this podcast, and we're talking about the Beverly Center Theater. Come on.
Yeah.
Listen, I want we want to.
It's
hear,
really it's a good thing the show's wrapping up because y'all are just running out.
Yeah, we're clearly dancing at this point.
Material, it's over.
We're really
I was
Did that
told that's
theater
what we'd be talking about.
Tell us about your favorite movie going experiences. Well, Hunter and Stacy, it's so great to see you guys too.
Obviously.
2 long-term guests. And another couple like Libby and Emily that have really had it out on our podcasts. We almost broke you up several times. I feel like
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
we tried very hard.
Yeah, I mean, was the Thomas Crown
What was
the most contentious episode?
No, what mostly happened on the podcast was that I joined their couple as a third, so we were
That's
a
right. It
throuple
became a throuple
against you.
Yes,
that's what
right.
we tried to do
Yes,
every time.
Yeah,
And it was great. I loved every one of our podcasts.
So the 3 of you ganged up on poor Phil over the Thomas Crown affair.
and Bowfinger.
And oh my.
Yeah, I
That's
feel
a
like
shame.
Basically, every time I've been on, I feel like it's been me and Kenny v. Philip.
It's true. Although, I mean, I feel like Dick, which was the first episode you came on for, Stacey, was that was a love affair. That was the 3 of us just really loving that movie.
We do love Dick.
I do not love that.
I think we made Kenny come around on Dick.
I think so too. I think so too.
Well, I liked it, but I think I really love it now. Though I don't think it's going to play that prominently in my my end of the year awards. I started to do so. We're going to do.
We're going to do awards.
Of course. I mean,
we'll do our final episode.
I know all the filmmakers of films made in 1999 are breathlessly waiting to hear who's going to win our awards.
Where they land on our lists.
I mean,
who gets the Oscar from our thing? Right?
Who gets the?
It's like who's going to win Best Picture, who's going to win Best Director, right? Isn't that what we're doing? right?
We're doing all the Oscars, like sound design.
Oh, you're gonna do them all. You're gonna do the whole.
We'll do every one of them,
Oh,
and then we're gonna do
fabulous.
all those awards that the Critics' Choice have now decided are awards, like best comedy
Right.
and best duo or whatever they do, and
Yeah.
then we're gonna do our top 25. And then
Who are
all-
the Critics' Choice? Out of curiosity, does anyone know who that?
Is anyone in that? Is anyone
Is
in
anyone on this
here?
podcast?
Are any
on
of you
that
critics
panel?
who make choices?
No.
No.
I think
I bet-
Libby is. I think Libby
A
is.
critic
I
who
don't
makes
know.
choices.
There we
I
go.
don't know.
And
I don't
Emily has, because we only have 2 episodes left. Emily is running an episode for us that we know nothing about.
It's true.
Hey, you
Oh.
know what I've learned in
That's
prep for this episode? Pluto moved further away from the sun than Neptune in the year 1999. Maybe we'll be talking about it.
Oh wow,
That's intriguing.
I love that.
Little teaser, just a little taste of what's to come, guys.
But gentlemen, if you're doing an Oscar like episode, I beg of you, don't count out Tarzan for best song, because it really
Yeah, no, it should have been.
That's
can't
fine.
think of any other movies that had notable songs,
Carrie Corrigan's face.
I
just-
can't like.
but I tell you what,
I could not believe it.
right?
Like I truly could not believe that won best song,
Yeah, the
especially
greatest
like after
Oscar. Yeah,
after seeing how it's used,
yeah, right.
how Sage
but
is
that-
used. I'm like, what?
See, but that song's
Like,
great. Are we saying that song's not
Perfect
great?
moment.
Which
Which
one?
one?
You'll be in my heart?
Yeah.
I like You'll Be in My
It's
Heart.
not
I'm
it's
saying
not
it's not great.
I
I'm
mean-
saying it's not great. I'm saying it's like an okay song. It's an okay
Guys.
song, but like,
I don't listen to
but
music.
like, I don't know.
But if I did,
Not one I'll listen to again.
it would be Philly C.
If I were nominating a song, from Tarzan, it wouldn't be "You'll Be in My Heart." It would be that "I Wanna Know, Can You Show Me." That's the one.
Is
I
that
would
also in
nominate.
Tarzan?
Yeah, I think
yeah.
I agree with Brian. They nominated the wrong
Right?
song from that movie. They went
Thank
for
you.
sappiness, and there are some Elton John bangers on that soundtrack. I've got to say.
No,
Well,
Phil
John or
Collins.
Phil Collins?
Phil
Phil
Collins. That's what I mean.
I think they
What?
nominated the wrong
No.
song for Magnolia.
Well,
I love
Wise Up.
Save Me.
Wise Up is the song. Wise Up.
Oh,
is the
Wise
song.
Up
They
is
can't
so
not-
important.
So
but they
they
couldn't
can't-
nominate it because it was
They
written for
couldn't.
Jerry Maguire.
Oh,
Love to know how it was going to
There
be
you
used
go.
in Jerry
that
Maguire.
was some trivia, Phil.
Oh,
I like
nice.
that.
Yeah.
Phil said he wrote a
Interesting.
5-page document. For
I have a
this
whole
that I'm-
document that I'm sure we'll
I'm
never
ba-
get
'cause he didn't know
no
this
one,
was
no one will
happening.
hear, but that's
Oh,
fine.
because
Phil.
all of you good people actually kept the secret, which is remarkable.
I thought
So,
about this,
yeah.
though. I thought Phil's not going to like this. Phil had a whole episode prepared. and he's not gonna
I
get
mean,
to
I
do
did
it
text
now.
Kenny this morning being like, so I'm going to have an extensive document. And Kenny's like, that's cool.
Yeah, that's great.
That's cool. We'll never have to hear it.
Yeah.
We'll all be gone. You'll still be on here at midnight. That's fine.
That's all right.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
I don't know.
no, it was
But
it-
you got
the-
anything? You got anything from the doc you want to talk about?
the Amy Mann song
Mm.
"Wise Up" was written for Jerry Maguire and not used. For what part of Jerry Maguire, I don't know. And then she, I guess, gave it to Paul Thomas Anderson to listen to when he was like listening to all of her music for the movie, and he's like, needs to be the song
But
I guess
why does that disqualify it? I'm curious.
because the song has to be written for the movie
Yeah, for the
that it
movie.
is being nominated for. So like if it's just a song you wrote, which is why the Phil Collins thing, if we're being completely frank, is kind of bullshit, because he didn't actually write any of those songs having seen Tarzan. He wrote the songs in like a vacuum, and
That's
then
what
they
he
were like,
fucking
"Oh, yeah."
does. But he wrote a song in a he fucking sat down and wrote a song and won an award without even seeing the fucking movie. That's how perfect the song was. Think about that.
he is. He's very good.
I
He
can't
doesn't need
dispute that.
inspiration.
Yeah,
But see,
he's
that's
very
why.
good.
That's why I want to know. That should have been nominated because that's got like story stuff in it. That's
It
that's
does.
their inner.
It
That's his
does.
inner thoughts during the
does.
montage.
But like it's absurd, truly, considering the fact that like Paul Thomas Anderson was very clear about Amy Mann being an enormous inspiration, that he almost was adapting her songs. Like
Yeah.
Sure.
it's kind of crazy how vitally important the songs were to the movie. And
So,
it's,
like, this is my thing.
Hmm.
I can't believe people had
Aaron.
an issue with the frogs when I'm like, the real issue is who does like Rails of Blow to Amy Mann songs? Like
That's a great-
the
great-
unrealistic.
Paul Thomas Anderson. We
Like that's
I don't know, who
bucket
would
full
do
of
that?
like that's like a whole bottle of red wine music. That's not
I want to
doing
introduce
a
Aaron real fast.
shitload of blow.
Aaron Thomas.
Aaron Thomas, thank you for joining.
I mean, guys, look at the dais here. I mean, come on, beggars only. The dais. Never heard a Zoom described that way. The dais. Aaron, I want to apologize because I forgot you were in the waiting room. So he got hung out there for a while, but
no problem.
nice
it's a
to
perfect
see you,
way
buddy.
to enter. I'm entering on the frog conversation, which I'm assuming that everyone's waiting to get to. And
we've talked. Yeah, we're talking. Yeah.
Look, Aaron's coming in. I actually have to.
Bye, Ashley.
I just want, before you leave, Ashley, I just want to say I'm pretty sure The Matrix is in your top 5 from 1999, which, I feel like Phil is a gimme on the table there that he just like left. So
There have been a gimme, and this is such a dorky thing, but I did get to meet Lily at GLAAD Awards and fully dorked out and told her all about how I wrote a paper in college about whether or not Neo was more of a Kierkegaardian Knight of Faith or a Nietzschean Übermensch, and I think I helped her a little. But also as well, we had a bunch of drinks together, and it was the best.
Oh
That's
man,
amazing. Cool.
I feel like I'm very happy that you're leaving because I can't keep up with that conversation. I feel like the highbrow people were on earlier.
Yes.
And that's good for me.
Yeah. As we go on, it'll get sloppier and sloppier.
Yeah.
Ashley, thank you for showing
so
up.
much for joining.
Of course.
And I mean, our Norton couch. I'm very proud of it right now. Our Graham Norton couch. But
Bye, Ash.
I enjoyed that.
I'm gonna add another person to the couch.
Yeah.
Who will it be?
It's all a surprise to me.
It's all a surprise. It's only Phil's favorite people. That's the idea.
Well, that's
Oh, so now we know who Phil didn't like.
Hey, Emmy.
Hi, Emmy.
Hi, guys. Hello.
Welcome to our podcast.
You guys got an Emmy for this podcast.
We did. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wait till Streamy Jones comes on next.
This is the first culprit of seeing that she had watched the movie.
Oh no. I tried to be slick. I tried not to
I just saw your ACAB comment and I was like, okay, all right.
Well,
All right.
yes.
I'm glad we brought this up because Phil, do you know how hard it was for me to not tweet through 3 hours of this fucking movie? Do you know?
Yes.
Do you know how difficult that was? That was
We'll
sacrifice.
appreciate it.
Were we
so
so
far
supposed to
from an
watch the
ACAB
movie?
movie, though?
Were we supposed to watch the movie? Before
Did I don't know.
I've never seen the movie. And I think that's right for my relationship with Phil.
Of course, Hunter has never seen Magnolia. No, you've seen it, haven't you, Hunter? No,
I haven't
really?
seen it.
Okay, that's fine.
I think when I moved out here to LA, which was in 2000, I was friends with a bunch of improv people
Mm-hmm.
who
I'm sorry.
we're sort of like creaming themselves about Magnolia because it's sort of like this is so dorky, but it's sort of like a Herald.
It's the Herald on. Wow,
Mhm.
totally.
Yeah. So anyway, I know that. And
Wait, can you explain that to me? The Herald? I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
a Herald is sort of, I'm going to butcher it and then Brian will correct me. It's sort of like an improv structure where you do several disparate scenes.
Yes.
Then eventually tie together in a pre-made structure.
I understand.
But not a pre-made storyline.
Yes,
I did,
and
I
not
did a little-
not necessarily funny.
No, almost never funny.
Generally not. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Magnolia's not that fun.
But it all ties together, and that's cool.
Magnolia isn't that funny, but it is kind of funny.
Oh, sure, there's funny stuff.
He needed to see his corrective oral surgery, my braces. That was funny to me.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I will say too.
Who's his line about drop kicking the dogs or something?
The drop
That's
kicking,
funny.
I will fucking drop kick the
He says
dogs.
that twice.
Near me
He
is
says
great.
that twice. Yeah.
I do think though, and for the people that saw this in '99, the Tom Cruise stuff did play as funny back then.
Yeah, that was
Now,
funny. He was funny.
It's still funny-ish, but it also feels kind of MAGA-y now.
It's not as funny.
It is weird watching this movie now because most of it seems to take place in 1975. You know, like this game show, like that is not airing in 1999, and yet Tom Cruise is direct from 2006. Like he's like that.
Yeah.
He's
Oh my God, that's true. Yeah.
he's so prescient about the rise of that kind of pickup artist online culture that it took over and nearly destroyed the world. So there you go.
Yeah. Wow.
It is. Yeah. It is interesting how like there's even like oh hey Carrie.
Oh my God.
Hi,
Hi. Wow, I love this. It's like it reminds me of chat roulette.
That was
chat roulette.
You just figured it out. That was the real 1999 theme I was going for.
It's chat roulette, but it could ruin your career also.
Right.
Roulette could ruin your career.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, to your point, Emily, like even in it, I don't know who's seen Glass Onion on here, but like Edward Norton dresses like spoiler dresses like Frank T.J. Mackey at one point in that film, and like
my God, you're right. He does.
There's a whole like
I can't believe
thing
you spoiled
going
it for
on
me.
about that character, which I think is also interesting. So I do think this film, to your point, Emily, lives in several different time periods. It feels like, but
yeah.
I think you were saying it's funny, and I don't think it's intended to be funny, but it is funny. It's like one of those things where like some people are just funny without trying, and like I do feel like 27-year-old Paul Thomas Anderson was one of those people. Like he takes himself so seriously that it goes over the top to being like funny. And I don't know how intentional that is, but that's one of the things I like about this movie, as opposed to some of his other early work.
I also think too, for what it's worth, that the Jim character, the John C. Reilly character, came from this weird bit, I guess, that they used to do where they these like fake cops episodes where he was like a fake police officer, and it was like these kind of
and he's doing
things that they would do.
Okay, that makes sense.
So there's a part of me that feels like that joke only plays for Paul Thomas Anderson, because he's like watching it through the lens of this kind of cartoonish caricature that he's created. So like I didn't think he was particularly funny in this movie. I found him sad and lonely and all the other things that this movie has. But so I do wonder whether or not for him, like the lead character of this movie is quote unquote funny to him, if that makes sense. But
his room is kind of the saddest room I've ever seen on film.
Correct.
Yeah. And whenever I think of a sad room, I think of his room.
Not the room you're in right now.
The white room.
I hope you don't sit around thinking of sad rooms, Kenny. That's terrible.
I do. I
Is this
often
going to turn into an intervention?
I'm in an office. I'm in an empty office. I'm the only one in here.
You are indeed.
Just you and your
without
sadness.
even a mic stand. Yeah, just me and my sadness.
Well, listen,
I was going to say, that's not your typical background. It was really jarring for me.
It's true. It's true. Yeah.
Listen, folks, I have to run because I actually literally have something on the stove. Okay. So I have to go attend to that. But I just want to say before I leave, Philip Seymour Hoffman, my favorite performance of his.
He's
discuss.
amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for coming,
both
Brian.
my friends.
We love you, Brian. Thank you.
But I got to run. Nice to sort of meet all of you. I'm fans of some of you, and I don't know some of you, but have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much.
But a part though that it's not supposed to be funny, but I always sort of laugh at because I think it's turned into a meme is Julianne Moore coming into the drugstore and doing the whole like, I come in here, fuck you, she's sitting in that like higher register of her voice, and she's like really working herself up to something. And I don't know why, but just watching it this time, I was like, this is ridiculous. But like I know where she's coming from, but it does
well I would actually funny. Before Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey, everybody. Good to see everyone.
Welcome on the pod. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that before we started, Emmy, just to sort of to piggyback on what you were saying, before everybody joined this beautiful Graham Norton couch that we have here, Kenny and I were talking a little bit about how some of the performances have aged well, some of the performances might not have aged as well. And I do think it's interesting watching it this time how some of these performances are at 11. Like I would even say, and some of them work at that register or worked better at that register in the past. And I do think that Julianne Moore's performance, it's a high wire act. Let's put it that way. Like I'm not sure she's always nailing it.
Real fast, I just want to, because we're on a podcast, not a visual medium. I just want to say who we have here.
Sure.
Just for the listeners, we currently still have Emily St. James, Carrie Corrigan, and Libby Hill, Jessica Ellis, Hunter Covington, Stacey Traub, Aaron Thomas, Emmy Potter, Carrie Whitmer, and Chuck Hayward just joined us. They are all the best. They've all been on our show many times. Go to our podcast wiki and you could read more about their appearance.
I'm incredibly thankful that you've all taken the time to come on here and talk with us about this gigantic film in terms of scope, in terms of its attempts to do everything.
Yeah.
But
I'm about to add one more to get even more gigantic.
Okay, great.
Can I just
So
say,
this is going to be.
We definitely have the
Julianne
same
Moore.
norm, right? When he comes in.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ready? One.
I don't know.
He's coming.
I don't know.
Just a giant head.
Hey, Norm Wilner just joined as well.
How's everybody doing?
I will say also, for what it's worth, for the East Coast people that are on right now, we very much appreciate it, since you are obviously
I tried
3
to
hours
keep
ahead.
these coasters on an earlier time, but I felt a little bit with like Norm. I have no concept of
where
Toronto is. Truly, I just looked it up on a map recently, and it's not near Chicago. I don't know if you know that.
Oh,
it's
not.
near Buffalo.
Correct.
Yes, we exist in a liminal state, 10 degrees colder than New York City at any given moment.
Exactly.
That's really the only metric that matters. How's it been going?
Divisive times. We don't need that kind of blatant nationalism in this. All right, let's all come together. All right.
Let's all come together
With our
as a
neighbors to the
hemisphere.
north.
Wait, how many Torontonians are on here? There's at least 3.
There's 3. There's only 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotta watch your back at all times.
Yeah.
Don't worry, you have us outnumbered, Hunter. It's fine.
I'm making sure.
And we're non-violent.
So
Can I share an anecdote? Can I share an anecdote about the movie? So
Please.
I really loved the movie on first viewing. Bought the album. I'm sure it was a CD, and just was like obsessed with it. Do you know when it came out?
December 17th, 1999.
Okay. So
sounds right.
So that next Passover, let's say April,
April 2000.
I hosted a Seder at my house, and it wasn't that big, but there was a table, and at the table somehow it just turned into a fight between the people who loved Magnolia and the people who fucking hated it. And like the people who love it so much, including myself. And the people who hated it so much that like basically the Seder blew up and the people who hated it left.
Oh, wow.
I mean, by the way, that's exactly like what Paul Thomas Anderson would want to happen.
Yeah, Elijah didn't even come. It was crazy.
Elijah's like, fuck it.
And I couldn't, to me, it was like so binary. It was like yes or no. And I couldn't even understand how you could feel no. But I have to say, I recently rewatched it for some structural reasons. And I was like, oh yeah, I see why people hate it.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny and I said that up top.
So I feel like there are a few people in agreement. I saw Chuck nod a lot, and Emmy raise her hand.
And Carrie,
you don't like it either?
No, God, I mean, I loved it the first time I watched it when I was like a teenager. It was like one of the first, like, I like drove to the Blockbuster and was like, I'm into cinema now. One of the things you have to watch when you're into cinema. And I like loved it, but I don't think I like understood it. I just was like, oh, like this is the movie that everyone who likes movies says is good. So I love it.
Sure.
I love Tom Cruise in it. I know that's an unpopular opinion. I think it is. I don't know.
No, I mean,
sincerely tried to rewatch it this week before this, but I've been suffering from migraines like every single day, And every time I tried to put it on, I was like, this is way too much. I cannot fucking deal with this right now.
It's like a frog to the head.
So it's like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of film that like I personally can't just enjoy. Like I can't just sit on the couch and watch it. Like it has to be a whole.
Yes.
Like it's like reading like a really tedious book that's also like kind of annoying, but also good.
Hey guys,
Hello.
Jordan Costa and Brooke
That's
Solomon
my
just
story.
joined.
Hello, hello.
Hi!
Hey,
Surprise!
So many more faces than I was expecting.
Hi, friends.
We were just discussing Jordan and Brooke as you came in about how this film holds up and whether or not there's some people that saw it back in the day or saw it a few years ago, rewatched it. I do think that, you know, Kenny and I were discussing this earlier, that the sort of the sweep of this movie, the scope of this movie, what it's attempting to do, all the feelings that are in it, the relentlessness of it, I think all of that is really impressive. But at the same time, there are things that didn't age as well as perhaps we would like.
And yet I maintain, I agree with everything you said. I maintain it's still, I think, my favorite movie of the year.
Yeah, it's still my problem. So Jessica L is shaking her head.
I mean,
That's interesting.
I think it's just me and the baby are the ones who haven't seen it.
Baby probably
Baby has an excuse.
I was there last night. Like
The baby loved it.
It can't be better than The Matrix. It can't be more groundbreaking than The Matrix.
Nope.
It just.
Hey man, I'm not saying it's more groundbreaking, and I'm not even saying it's better. Actually, I just like it more.
Is it better than Chill Factor?
Is it?
Yes.
Hunter has it. Hunter has a distinction.
Does everybody know that you guys made me watch the worst movies of the year?
No,
sorry, I debated about that.
Yeah, Jessica Ellis might have you beat
Who
on that.
thinks they had? Who thinks they had the worst movie of the year on this podcast?
I'm gonna say something. First of all, Omega Code with Casper Van Dien.
Oh God!
Like,
whoa! I forgot about Omega. I saw it.
Okay, sorry. Like, sorry. I watched a movie where Robin Williams tried to fuck a human. Robin Williams was a robot who tried to fuck a human woman so he could become a real boy. Okay. Yeah. You go off an Omega Code.
That wasn't even the worst movie you did, Livy. The worst movie you did was Story of Us.
Story of Us is worse, I think.
I don't know. I got.
Don't worry, guys.
There you go. See,
Kenny and Phil made us watch Body Shots, a film about
Good
date
movie.
rape.
Bad movie.
I'm sorry.
Bad
Let me
movie.
talk about the war zone.
Yeah. I mean, Jessica didn't even finish the war zone, which is completely understandable. She was like, I'm out.
She pulled the Hunter.
I think that the 1999 movie I did with you guys are the only one I can remember off the top of my head. I might like it more than I like Magnolia.
The End of the Affair. Is that the one you're thinking of? Yes, sure.
Yeah, because there's like really good fucking in it.
there is really good fucking in it.
They fuck so hard it destroys London in that movie.
It blows up London.
Yes.
That rules.
I'm so happy that this has turned into a chance for all of us to grind our axe about what terrible movies that Kenny and Phil made us watch from 1999.
I mean, listen, I get it. It's fair.
I will say,
I certainly don't want to talk about Magnolia. I want to make that clear.
Yeah, because you haven't seen it.
Jordan, what were you going to say?
I watched Magnolia, so as like I'm gonna say maybe not the world's most Tom Cruise aficionado, but I want to put myself in like the upper echelon of Tom Cruise aficionados.
Can't confirm.
So I had been like holding Magnolia as the one to like end my watch on. Like I had not ever seen it. I knew it was like his best performance. I was like really waiting on it, and so like this happened. So I watched it for the first time like 2 days ago, and I feel like I am like leaning towards the best of 99 team. I think The Matrix is probably the best of the year, but like what this movie's doing for Tom specifically is just like such a beautiful rarity. So I want to jump on that for a quick second, because there's a part of me that's like, first of all, I don't think that Tom Cruise ever did anything as risky as this, again, in terms of the role. But I also think had this film been successful, and I don't mean that, I mean, it was monetarily, it made $10 million, but like
if this movie had been what Paul Thomas Anderson wanted it to be, which was sort of, the Oscar thing, and he wins all the awards and he gets all the what, does his career change? I mean, you have to imagine that Paul Thomas Anderson would maybe continue doing sort of these big operatic things. I don't know. I just wonder whether or not his career changes. Tom Cruise's certainly does. I think if he wins an Oscar, perhaps he does more things like this.
Let's ask our new guest, Rochelle Lefebvre.
Damn it.
Okay, sure. Is she actually going to show? Oh, there we go.
Here she is.
There
Hi,
she
Rochelle.
is.
Hi.
Hey, Rochelle.
Hey, what's up?
I feel like I've kind of punked everybody. I think I gave you all the impression that this would be just like a couple of people, or like, because I BCC'd everyone every time.
I fucking love it. It's weird, and I'm weirder.
Hunter likes it because it's awkward, and
Hey,
makes
Kenny?
Hunter happy.
Kenny, do you want me to just start emailing some famous people I know and see if they want to join us? See
if
we
they like Magnolia.
See
What
if we
is
can
this
get Alexander
question?
Ocasio-Cortez on here, just see what happens.
If you want, Kenny, I could go upstairs and wake my kids. Do you want them to come
Sure,
down?
we can put our children on.
Anyone who wants to come on, this is a party. I'm ready to go.
It's apparently a Magnolia party.
I mean, look at that. I'm so proud of myself.
You should be.
The first episode that Kenny has orchestrated.
This is like
500 episodes, and he's patting himself on the back for it.
I mean,
it's like the Avengers.
It's kind of
Endgame.
giving
It's
early
like
2020.
Yeah.
This is like a who's who of who cares.
That's not true.
I'm
When I first
joking.
saw the email in my inbox from Penny, I assumed it was spam. Because I was like, there's no way that he's emailing me himself. And I was
Intentionally.
like, how did someone figure out our connection to like spam me with him? But it was real.
It was real.
I love how this party that we're having for your ego, Kenny, that we cased it. You cased it as something like it was for Phil. That's so sweet.
Very sweet of Kenny to make it about
Rochelle,
me, aka him.
This is now the fourth straight podcast. Rochelle cut right through the bullshit, right to the center of my soul, ripped it out, chewed on it, and spit it in my face.
We were
I
actually
have a
talking.
post-it on my computer that says "Make Kenny cry," and then as soon as I do it, I toss it.
I mean, no joke. We talked the other day about how Rochelle's episodes are the ones that Kenny really. It's the only episode we've done almost 500 of these. It's the only one that we had to turn off the mics so you could have a personal conversation with Kenny to work through some of his issues with his mom.
Why would you turn the mics off?
That's content, baby. That's content.
I mean, the thing is, you've all been on the podcast. You know, I try to be very honest on the podcast, and I'll talk about anything. But something about what Rochelle was talking about in that episode, I'm like, no, this is the one that would actually destroy my relationship with someone.
And it was early. This was like Anywhere But
What
Here.
movie was it?
Yeah. It was Anywhere But Here. The Susan Sarandon, Natalie Portman film.
I am familiar.
Anyone else want to talk about their moms? Tell me about your childhood. I'm here for you. I'm
Hey,
here.
listen, let's do this. Let's fucking do this.
I do
right
remember
now.
finding out that Kenny has a terrifying phobia of milk, I think, while we were doing 13 Cheese?
Mostly
Anything
cheese.
like
Yes.
anything like viscous and milky.
Yeah.
And we
Right.
traced that
Like,
back to his mom too.
Has the Kenny wants dementia bit made its way to the pod?
Oh, yes. Yes,
Oh, good.
yes, yes.
Oh, good.
Kenny wants
That's
to
important.
forget his life as soon as he can, so he
But
can
Kenny,
die.
you'd forget all this. You'd forget all the hard work you
It's
did
not.
for one
Thank
episode.
you. I appreciate that, but it's because I want to live in the moment. Memory's a curse, guys. I want to live in the moment.
Every time I do this, every time I do this with Kenny, I think, why is he not in my phone? And then details like this dribble out, and I'm like, this is like an email friendship. This is not forever.
What were
I think it's so beautiful. I think it's so beautiful that Kenny like set this up in his email to be like, it's gonna be like old school Tonight Show. Like, come on by. You can sit on the couch after you're done. But really, it's just like devolved into a Comedy Central roast of Kenny.
That's great. It's exactly what Magnolia deserves.
Well, I mean, out of this crew, the truth is, I knew almost none of you before this. I think Phil knew almost all of you before this, if not all of you, somewhere or another. I only really knew 3 of you, and so it's been an amazing thing for me because you guys are all amazing people, and this has been so much fun. But please keep roasting me. That was not that was not a back off. That was not a back off.
Still trying to get you to have friends. This was
it's true. I was just trying to get you some.
Look at what's happened.
It's all been for you, man.
My friends like me so much that Carrie is like, why is he emailing me?
Exactly. I do have a question. For
There's another friend of mine coming in.
Who's coming in now? Who is it?
Another friend.
Oh, of mine or of yours?
They're all my friends.
Ah, hey,
Lola.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Coming on.
We're great now.
We're doing great.
We've been waiting
Your
to
thoughts
talk
on
about
Magnolia.
I spent most of 1999 watching that movie. And it came out in December, so that's impressive.
You're doing Tom Cruise right now?
I'm trying. I'm doing like
you got your bazookas. You got your bazookas. You got your
bazookas. You got your tasers.
Your tanks.
Yeah.
Your tasers. Your lasers.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready to get some.
I love it.
Oh my, that's amazing. But to talk about Magnolia for a brief instant instead of roasting Kenny.
For those of you just joining us, this is the first Zoom intervention on the podcast.
I love bombing into an intervention on Kenny.
it was inevitable, I think.
On some level, sure.
But you organized it for yourself.
You organized this.
This is a cry for help.
This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted.
You're Tom Cruise crying at the bed right now. We're just patting you on the back.
And you're saying, "Don't fucking go, you asshole! Don't
Kenny,
fucking go."
there's gonna be
That's how I feel about this podcast.
Yeah,
Kenny, there's going to be a knock at the door of the small sad office you're currently sitting in. It's going to be a man holding 3 glasses of milk. I want you to put your hand in one and just feel how it is. I want you to smell the next and just think about that. And I want you to taste the next. And by the time you've done that, you should no longer be afraid of milk.
It's cheese, Emily.
That was really upsetting.
God damn it! I hired the wrong guy.
Does anyone on here want to talk about Magnolia? Maybe Aaron Thomas, who we haven't heard from.
Phil, can you send me your 5 pages?
Commentary. Milk, cheese, dairy products.
Has anyone even talked about it yet?
I mean, Kenny and I talked about it for about 15 minutes before this regalia started. So
I'm with Hunter and Stacy's baby. I haven't seen it, although I have tried multiple times. I came. Oh, sorry. I thought it was.
No, it's Emily and Libby's baby, but yeah,
the baby has seen it.
We actually don't know. We're in litigation.
Are you? Maybe. Yes, Chuck. Please continue.
I came home from all the movies in 1999. Why is Magnolia your favorite? Have you already talked about that?
Well, Kenny and I are going to do our favorite films of 1999 on a separate episode. So I haven't totally decided whether Magnolia is my number 1 yet, but I will say that watching it over the last couple of days, I did find myself really taken with characters that I wasn't before and seeing arcs that I didn't see before. And, you know, I have to be honest, the Melora Walters stuff didn't always work for me in the past. And this time it really did. I thought her performance I always thought it was really kind of twitchy and breathless and doing all this kind of stuff. And this time I was just like, oh, I think that's just how people are on cocaine. I mean, there was just a lot of stuff.
So now that you've done cocaine, you understand the performance.
I've never done cocaine.
Doing it right now.
Do coke live.
Okay, who has done cocaine?
Imagine. But no, go ahead, Kenny.
No, I think it is my favorite movie, but I don't necessarily think it's the best. And I think, you know, I've been thinking a lot about the distinction between that. I always used to think that was a little bullshitty, but I no longer think it's bullshitty. My experience is subjective, and the things that I bring to a movie are different than what other people bring to a movie. And I think that there is a way to be like, this movie is the movie that speaks most to me and is most important to me, but I don't think it would have universal appeal. So I don't get particularly upset or insulted if people don't really like this movie, because I don't think it necessarily has universal appeal. But for me, a person who loves big sprawling storylines, who loves ensemble pieces, who loves when like massive swings come together. I like when everything is kind of playing with each other and thematically talking to each other. I love the big swing at the end. It was, to me, the Frogs was, along with kind of the all of Being John Malkovich, the two things that were like, oh, this is what I want to do. I want to use this medium in ways that I don't think that I never even consider. There are no rules, that kind of thing.
I also think the sincerity of it too.
Yeah,
we talk
the sincerity.
A lot about that. It's so sincere.
It's the maximalism plus the sincerity. Those are my two favorite things, and I think it really is kind of that perfect film for me in a lot of ways. So I don't think it's the best. It's not like we're going to do our best picture. I don't think it's going to win because I have pretty. Yeah, I think that stuff matters from a like film history point of view more than anything in terms of this is where you start. I also point someone to this. There are other films I think are more kind of foundational and important to watch in 1999. But that's why it is for me.
I also just want to say one other thing too, which is, obviously Kenny and I, when we started this podcast, it's a big year for a lot of filmmakers as well, that we're making sort of these significant turns in their careers and what have you. But I also it's a real blank check movie. Like this is a guy who obviously, everybody loved Boogie Nights, and New Line literally greenlit this movie with giving him final cut, not even knowing what it was about. He just told them it was called Magnolia, and they gave him, almost $40 million to make the film. And I think it feels like that. It feels like a guy who's like, I might never get to do something like this ever again, so I'm going to do this. And I love that about it. It's completely going for broke. And I don't know. I appreciate that. Hey, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hi. Hey, how are you?
Welcome to our podcast, Sean O'Connor.
Sean O'Connor, everybody.
Hi, all. How's everyone doing?
What are your thoughts on Magnolia, Sean? Pro, con?
Oh, gigantic pro. Paul Thomas Anderson could do no wrong. I'm actually so excited to be here for not a shitty movie. Like,
I was gonna say if we went down the line and everyone named the shittiest movie they went on, and Sean went last, I think everyone would agree he wins. I think
Sean has the worst.
He's like Julie Roberts in Notting Hill, where they go around and they tell the saddest story, and he tells the saddest one at the end, and you'd be like, oh yeah, yours was the worst movie. Do you want to say what it was, Sean?
Do you want to say which movie it was, Sean?
Oh, I mean, Boondock Saints is the worst movie of 1999 by far.
I agree.
But I also think on our Patreon, you came on for year one, and that movie is fucking brutal.
Yeah, but that's
worse,
your fault.
But that's like 2009 bad, which was like significantly worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Boondock Saints, I would argue that Sean has one of the best opening lines of a podcast of ours, which is, he said, if you like this movie, you might be capable of murder, I think is amazing.
That's
I love that so much. When I met my husband, who's not in entertainment, had seen like almost no movies when we met and didn't know who anyone else, who anyone is. I asked, like, have you seen any movies? Any? And he's like, well, I've seen one movie like 100 times because obviously it's the best movie ever made. He'd only seen 2 movies in his life, and it was Boondock Saints. And I have a fucking T-shirt, a Boondock Saints T-shirt that I wear when he needs to pick me up. And
all right, so I think the intervention needs to be run on you, Rochelle.
That was your first date at the Belmont?
The suspect would be, so we have this information.
At least now we know. Yeah.
If anyone has the number of a good marriage counselor, just throw it in the chat. Throw it in the chat.
Rochelle, I'll hit you on the side. Don't worry. David Ayers just joined the chat. David, great to see you.
Hi. How are you?
Hey, David.
Can I just join us? I just want to say that I've followed Sean O'Connor on Twitter for like many, many years, and he's very funny and incredible. and that thing happened when you meet someone and their voice happens and you're like,
Yeah. No, this is something I've been working on with my doctor since I'm 12.
I love it. I was like,
I have
okay.
the worst.
I love it. I'm in.
I have the
100%
Boondock
in.
Saints of voices.
There you go.
You sound exactly like I thought you would sound.
Oh, thank you.
And I don't mean that as an insult. I don't know what the surprise is.
You just have low expectations.
Oh, that is amazing. David Iserson, do you are you a Magnolia fan, or what are your thoughts on Magnolia?
I saw it in 1999 and I liked it, but I thought it was too long, and I haven't seen it since. Is it good?
That's the perfect answer.
I walked out by being like, oh, they could have lost 15 minutes, and I haven't revisited.
David was the only one. David was the only one who said, "Do I need to prepare by watching this?" And I said, "Sure" or "No" or whatever.
No, you said we'll be way past this by then.
Yeah, I did. That's true.
What is this?
Well, David was supposed to come on last, and then he said, "Can I come on earlier?" So what do I know? But
incredible.
But also, I think someone emailed in Aaron's behalf if he should be doing anything for this one.
I had this feeling. I was like, I know these two. I know they like to meander. I know there's going to be a lot of like shit they're talking about, like milk and cheese and all kinds of other shit. I had a feeling. My instinct was right, and yet and still not completely prepared. But
yeah, I'm getting mad that I watched it now. I'm starting to. Brett, I have COVID, and I gave 3 hours of my remaining life to this.
It was very sweet of you, Jessica. I'm sorry that you didn't like it very much.
Oh my god!
We've established how much
don't like it.
Oh, they like half this chat, Sean.
Half this chat, Sean, is kind of.
Chuck can't even get past the beginning.
Yeah, Chuck, when did you drop out? How long did you get into it?
Greenberry and Hill.
Which time? Because I've tried a couple of times to get into this fucking movie. And the first couple of times I'd like come home from a night out and I was like, okay, maybe it's not after a night out sort of a movie. Maybe I could
3-hour movie
day. And it also sucked in the middle of the day. So I was just like, this is not for me. This is not a movie for me. So,
hey, Jeff Greenstein.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey,
Jeff
Phil. Hey, Kenny. Pod. Oh my gosh, look at the dazzling array. This is incredible.
Yeah. Thank you for joining.
Of course.
So I need to ask Chuck. I need to interrogate this just a little bit more, Chuck, if you don't mind. Was there a point that the movie broke for you where you're just like, "Fuck this, I'm out," or was it just, you don't remember? Or
that's a great question because it was over a decade ago when I made these attempts, and so I kind of
you blocked it out. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Third strike.
I will say to this because I think it's worth noting for a second. I forced my parents to watch this movie back in 1999, just for what that's worth.
Clockwork Orange style.
Yeah, wow. So I forced them to watch it,
and they made you leave the country.
I vividly remember probably I want to say like 2-3 minutes into the. Thank you, Hunter, for saying that was the most Phil thing ever. So I forced them to watch it, and about 3 minutes into the opening sequence, which is the Harry Nilsson cover that Amy Mann does of "One Is the Loneliest Number," my mom turned to me. She's like, "Will the song ever fucking stop?" And I was like, "Cool. This isn't."
I like your mom. Let's get your mom on here. I want to hear.
I mean, she would gladly fucking join.
Yeah, zoom her in.
Yeah, Jesus.
That's why I told you. That's why I told you.
Phil's mom.
Yeah. That's why I told you not to watch it now.
Is Phil's mom on your list of celebrities?
Yes, she is. And look who just joined us. It's Phil's mom.
I think you've met my mom, Hunter, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I definitely think that this movie, to your point, Chuck, like it starts and it doesn't stop, and it's a relentless movie too. So like if you're not on the ride, I think that this movie is just
I also can't think of a movie that I would be less inclined to watch with someone I've recommended it to, and knowing that they don't like it like 10 minutes into the movie.
Well, in fact, I texted you, Kenny, the other day because my roommate Mel, as many of you have met her, has never seen it, and Kenny texted me back and said, "Don't watch it with her. You don't need that stress." And I was like, "That's correct."
It's stressful. I love this movie, and it feels like being hit in the face with a frying pan the entire running time.
No,
and like some people don't like being hit with frying pans. I don't know why that is, but
it doesn't feel like
a frying pan to me. It feels like a glove. You know, like something a little more, something a little limper than a frying pan.
It won't frog.
Frog falling.
Yeah. It won't take you out. It'll just keep hitting you over and over.
Exactly. That's right.
For me, it's a hot cast iron. And sometimes I want to be hit with that, but then sometimes I really don't. So it's like, for me, it's like, do I like Magnolia? It depends how I'm feeling that day.
Sure.
I want you all to know that this conversation hinges on me maybe or maybe not watching this movie.
Yeah, Brooke's never seen this movie.
Obviously, I've never seen this movie.
I love it.
Surprise! I've never seen
But you've gleaned stuff about this movie, right? Like, you know how this movie ends?
I know how this movie ends. I know about the frogs.
Well, that's
I've
how this
heard
movie
about,
ends.
I've heard about the frogs.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure.
We'll see. It sounds, I mean, listen, I'm a huge fan of getting hit with both cast iron skillets and frying pans.
And gloves.
And gloves all at the same time.
Sure. I will say, though, it's funny how back in the day when this came out, everyone was so reticent to talk about the frogs as though it was like the twist at the end of The Sixth Sense or something like that. Like, I don't feel as though it's surprising.
I don't think you can give that away.
I was not reticent to talk about the frogs. Those were the 15 minutes they could have lost. I think I felt that immediately.
Wait, so you would have got rid of the frogs, David?
You don't like the frogs?
I don't know. I was not a fan. I think the frogs lost it for me.
Sean.
I mean, I'm trying to put myself back.
Wow, that's what people said about Sondheim's The Frogs too, but you know.
It's true. It's true.
You know.
Jeff, you've been quiet, uncharacteristically so.
Yeah. I don't recognize the movie you people are talking about. This is masterful. I've endured 3-hour Antonioni films, guys. I'm watching Jean Dielman right now. When you talk about this as a frying pan to the face, try 3 minutes of Jean Dielman.
Watching it while you're on the Zoom?
I think, yeah.
Are you like on in the background?
It could be on in the background. That is how absolutely taxing that film is.
John Dielman is like sticking your hand on the hot skillet. It's fine. It's great. Like, I love that movie.
It's true.
I like being punished. Let's just be clear about that.
Yes. The best movies are always things that make you feel terrible. Like, I love
like Dogma.
A movie theater. Yes, I do actually. Dogma is more of a nostalgia thing for me. But yeah, I've only been on the shittiest podcast for this. Dogma, 200 Cigarettes, Boondock Saints, Y2K, which is a made-for-TV movie. I'm not here to fight. I'm just here to be.
You guys are all here. Has anyone been on for a movie they actually? Has anyone been on for a 99 movie they love? A 99 movie they love.
That would be me. I've only done things I love.
It's true.
But I'm
You've been very lucky.
Same here.
Can I just say, though, part of that is persistence, guys.
Yeah.
If you got as many texts as I did from Jeff Greenstein about 42 Up, you too could have been on for 42 Up.
Jeff is also colored outside the lines a little bit. I mean that in the best way. We did Peanuts with him, not the food.
True. We did.
And,
we did Will and Grace.
We did Will and Grace, and we did
West
42
Wing.
Up, which
I came on.
Yeah. Lola, you've done movies you love?
Yeah, because I'm a cheerleader.
But I'm a cheerleader, which is
sorry.
my absolute favorite movie of that year. So, but I also did some bad ones. So I had to like pay a tax to get.
I did a movie I loved. I did.
You
Dick.
did Dick. Yeah. I think that ultimately, and Kenny, I think you can probably back me up on this. I think we thought we would get through all the movies, but we also started with some bangers up top. So like I feel like Emily came on for Blair Witch Project.
Emily's done a lot of
Like,
really good ones.
We did a lot of good, really good movies in that first
And
year,
Matrix.
and then we had to like pump the brakes. So you all had to come on for shitty movies for 4 years. I don't know what to tell you.
When Phil told me about this podcast, I was like, I really got to cover the Matrix on that. What's like an angle I can come up with to cover the Matrix? I was like, I know, I'll take feminizing hormones. And so I did. And I got to cover the Matrix.
That's commitment.
That was commitment. Yeah.
It did work. I mean,
well, Emily, what you don't know, this is true. In the beginning of the podcast, we were thinking about, like themes we could do. And Ernie, who, Ernie is the producer of the podcast, was like, look, I have this equipment. I can take it anywhere. And we're like, oh, Emily wants to do Blair Witch. We should do it while camping.
Yeah,
we were gonna take you camping.
We were
and do Blair Witch. And then
why did you not?
It just,
serious, like we did. So the second season of Arden, Ernie was our sound engineer on that, and we were gonna record an episode outside, and then COVID got in the way. So it feels like this is just like a thing that
Ernie wants to get us in the woods.
I cannot fathom Kenny and Phil camping. Am I alone in this? I cannot.
No,
that was my first thought. I was like,
fuckiness
of that situation.
I would never camp by choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the idea. It sounded fun, but then I was sort of like, is this a good idea? Like, is this safe? It's always a safe.
Phil, you're wearing a T-shirt from the quiz show of the movie that we're talking about. I have trouble believing you leave your house.
Yeah, survive in the wilderness, man.
Can we just all go camping? Can we all go camping?
I would love it.
I would love that. I would love nothing more than to go camping with all of you.
99
This
summer
not
camp.
camping?
Yes. 99 summer camp. Let's do this.
I would gladly do it.
Is this the year-end party?
Barrett Doss? There she is.
Yeah, Barrett Doss.
Hey, Barrett.
Hi, everyone.
Talk about someone who's done bad movies on the pod.
Yeah, she's I mean, listen, Weekend at Bernie's 2, not a great film.
Ooh.
kind of offensive.
Oh, I
kind
hate
of
it so much.
Pretty offensive. But I do want to talk about Magnolia for a second here.
Just a second.
Keep on. Here's the thing that Kenny has done with this episode. He's made it impossible for me to stick to this document. He's made it absolutely impossible for me to shift this back to the subject
I made it like
hand.
Magnolia. You can only stick on one topic for so long, then you got to go to the next.
And every time a new guest joins, Phil tries desperately to bring it back to Magnolia.
Well,
and we can all watch it fail over and over.
There are 12 people in the waiting room right now. every time Phil gets on topic, I just put someone else in there.
You son of a bitch. I do want to ask a question for the group. Not for the people that, well, I guess this is for the people that didn't like the film, or at least this isn't for the people that didn't see the film or haven't finished it. The musical piece at the center of the movie when everybody starts to sing was also a divisive thing. It felt like a lot of people really didn't like that. It makes me kind of wish that Paul Thomas Anderson would make a musical, quite frankly, but maybe that's just, I feel like with his music videos and with sort of there's a theatricality and a musicality to this movie, pretty much relentless music from start to finish. Would you guys, what did you think of Wise Up? Was it a thing you liked, didn't like? Anyone? For the group.
Fucking rules. Are you kidding me?
I mean, obviously I like
it.
I
love
loved it.
Thumbs up. I mean, Magnolia is a perfect movie.
As far as I can tell, only one person on the spot has started a Broadway musical. That's right. We have somebody started a Broadway musical out here.
We do.
What do you think about a Paul Thomas Anderson musical, Barrett?
Yeah.
Definitely yes. Definitely 100% yes. I would love it. I was thinking, so I didn't get all the way through this time, but I've seen it before.
Sure.
And so I can't speak to that, but I was thinking right before I jumped on here, I was rewatching some stuff, and there were several moments that I felt like they were about to start singing anyway. It was structured like an act out, like an act ender of like the 1st act of a musical ends
Sure.
with a big number that everybody comes into, and that's what so much of this movie felt like. So definitely.
It is very it's very orchestral as well. John Bryan's score is very big, and you have all these sort of huge crescendos. Paul Thomas Anderson talked a lot about how he was inspired by the Beatles song "A Day in the Life." So like it very much has that sort of up and down kind of musical vibe. And then, even a lot of people have said that Punch Drunk Love also feels very musical in terms of sort of the big bright colors and the just sort of the big band kind of components to it.
And the Popeye element, the Popeye song in the middle of it.
Musical. Yeah. It's an Altman musical, so there's definitely
Popeye.
Yeah. Well, he's he reclaims stuff constantly in his first cycle of films, right? Like Boogie Nights is his Scorsese or his Tarantino, depending on which perspective you take. And Hard Eight is absolutely Tarantino without Tarantino. Like it's the other direction neo-noir could have gone in. I have a whole tight five on this. But what he does in Magnolia is like he channels Altman through the filter of anxiety that Altman is never willing to confront, like maybe in Three Women here and there otherwise, but Altman was a pot guy. He wasn't a Coke guy. And this is the Coke version of an Altman film. It's just a constant rail of anxiety and torture and pain. And when the musical number hits, like that, he's telling us literally it's not going to stop. So you can get up and leave, or you strap in for the second half. And I thought it was amazing.
Tom Lorenzo, Mike Natale.
It's a good analogy. And since Phil now is on Coke and he knows what it's like to do.
It's perfect. It all works out. Yeah. I love that. So to our listeners, Lola Kelly has just asked for a poll on the chat. So it's worth noting.
All right.
The poll is, I want a poll of who loves this film, whether they are Irish, Jewish, into BDSM, or other culture of kinks and self-flagellation. I don't know. I love it and I'm Jewish. I can't speak to the self-flagellation. But that being said,
the self-flagellation is baked right in if you're Jewish.
That's actually very true.
Yeah. I just want to clarify, is it asking people to identify each individual thing, or are you lumping everyone into a group like that Nathan For You, like popcorn sharers, theater masturbators thing? Like what's
whatever you want it to be, Mike.
I don't know how much I want to put on the record here.
It's true. For personal information, I'm just using this.
Yeah, no, for sure. So here's a question that I have. Tom, Magnolia. I want to know what Tom thinks of Magnolia. Tom Lorenzo, what are your thoughts?
8. I think it's okay. Sorry.
Yeah! Yes! It's revenge for Rosetta, motherfuckers! Now you deal with it!
Mike, there's a lot more people on this. We're not in the mainstream on this one right now, bro.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the people on here have listened to the Rosetta episode, Mike. I apologize, but I don't think
has it come out.
Have the people on here heard of Rosetta? Genuinely.
Of course, Jeff Greenstein has. But of course, Jeff Greenstein, who texted me after the Sight and Sound list and was like, "This list is wonderful." I was like, okay.
Wait, is it really
about the list now?
Oh no, Emily, do you have something?
No, I was just going to say I am taking off. There's baby stuff going on. I wanted to say 2 things.
Yes.
The first is that we were talking about Melora Walters and how now the performance clicked for you. That was the thing I was worried about. Like I really didn't click with it in 99. It clicked for me now, and some of that is I'm just going to bring the vibe down. I'm an abuse survivor, and the like just the way that she plays all of that material is so close to that. And in 99 I wasn't willing to look at it, and now in 2022 I'm willing to look at it in a way that like it really speaks to how we grow as people and change as we the movies. Roger Ebert once said the movies stay the same, the viewer changes, and I think that is like just sort of the message of this podcast, and that's why I love it and why I love you guys. The second thing I wanted to say was this has been so much fun. I love having everybody here. I love talking to all of you. As a person who professionally produces podcasts, I've been listening to this and imagining staring out out the window in mock horror and going, "Oh God, there are frogs falling from the sky." Like, I cannot imagine anyone listening to this and making sense of it. But you know what? That's what we have engineers for. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I imagine that
Ernie's putting this out raw.
Ernie's probably not going to do much to this. But Emily, thank you so much for coming on and talking with us about this
and your friendship. We love you.
We love you.
Bye.
I want to agree with Emily and also say that I do think it's interesting that performances like Melora Walters, it feels like, and again, maybe this is a poor analogy, but a lot of people have been talking recently about Michelle Williams' performance in The Fabelmans and how it feels too dialed up, it feels too caricature-y, it feels too whatever the case might be. And I just feel like sometimes you need distance from these types of performances to a certain degree. I think you need time, whatever the case is. But I do feel like Melora's performance in 99 felt like too much to me. And now I think it's perfect. I think it's great.
You think that something in Magnolia was too much?
Wait, what was that, Tom? Sorry?
You think something in Magnolia was described as too much?
We've literally talked about the maximalism of Magnolia for,
I think maximalism is too small for what's going on in this movie.
I think
the cross section
it's macrophilia.
I can't beat that. All right, there you go.
Toby Herman, how are you doing? What do you think of this movie? Just tell a room full of strangers
what I think about this movie.
Yeah, no pressure.
I think I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater.
That's fair. Did you like it when you saw it?
We're being honest, right?
Yeah,
oh, I liked it a lot. Yeah. I absolutely liked it a lot.
Yeah, listen, I think that it's obviously Kenny and I have been doing this podcast for a while. This movie has loomed large over this podcast in a lot of ways. And I think that part of that is because I do think that it's become this Rosetta Stone a little bit for Paul Thomas Anderson's career. I think that it was sort of not really loved at the time. And I think that it's grown in its esteem over the years to a certain degree. But I do wonder if it's too challenging, if it didn't. He's even said that if he could do it again, his words were something along the lines of chill the fuck out and cut 20 minutes, I believe is what he said about this film in 2015.
Do we think Adam P. Berry's gonna like it or not like it?
Oh, that's a good question. Hey, Adam.
He's here.
Hi. Oh my God.
Seeing people
welcome
pop
on
into
the
this
pod.
is pretty amazing.
Adam, I think you love this movie. What do you think?
Which movie?
Magnolia.
Oh, Magnolia. Yes. Oh, so yes, Magnolia. Yes, of course. Yeah.
Well, it's not an of course. You'd be surprised. Half of the people on here are a little bit more, not fans. But did you see it in '99?
I did in a theater in Oxford, Ohio, when I was going to Miami University. And when the frogs started falling, I could feel the audience begin to turn on the movie. And when everyone started singing, it was one of the few times the palpable hatred that was like pouring from the audience towards the screen it still stays with me now. I was loving it, and my friend who I saw it with was loving it too, but we were like the only people in the theater, I think, who were like, everyone thought they were going to see like a Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah.
And it's not what they got. So, but yeah, I love it.
It's funny you bring that up because I was watching the making of documentary today, and New Line really wanted to promote it as a Tom Cruise movie. They wanted him like front and center on the poster. They wanted, and the idea that they thought that that's a good idea is insane to me. Like, you would have got a big opening weekend, but can you imagine a whole bunch of people going to see this movie and thinking that they were going to see, just another Tom Cruise movie? I mean, I think it would have been disastrous.
Phil, I was 14 when this movie came out, and I dragged all of my friends to see it because I was so excited. And I was like, oh, it's the guy who made Boogie Nights. And they had all seen Boogie Nights because they were like 13-year-old boys. So we went, and they were so mad at me that they bullied me for I guess like until the summer came, because this was in like January or something. Like I got bullied for 5 months straight, and that is why I'm saying with this is a perfect movie. It's great. I was right when I was 14, and I'm right now.
I did the same thing with Eyes Wide Shut. I took 5 bros to see that movie, and it didn't work out well for me.
Yeah, I'm from the Jersey Shore. I took 4 Italian kids to see Magnolia. Like, it was doomed.
Oh, what are these fucking frogs doing here? Oh.
Can we defend the frogs? Can anyone join me in defending the frogs?
I love the frogs.
Absolutely.
I
like the frogs. I like the frogs.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question, because I'm noticing, like, I'm hearing all the stories about like the people who hate it, and the people who brought people, and then the people they brought hated it, and like the general theme seems to be no one says anything about like the characters or the plot or anything. It's all just like it was deeply uncomfortable, and that seems to be the main theme of disliking it. Like I just don't I don't want to watch this. It's like uncomfortable and it's too much. And I thought that was the best thing about it. And at the risk of sounding like a real dilettante, like I feel like, aren't we supposed to practice that for life? Like, aren't you supposed to be able to be uncomfortable? Isn't that what art is for? Discuss.
I'm hardly an artist, so I'm sorry. But I want to be clear. I don't. I'm not at all. I'm talentless. I'm only here because
I'm not saying that I am either.
But no, I have no business being here. But nevertheless, I will say
it's really stupid that we're here. I got
it's insane.
This is a real black mark on this whole podcast that they think
like
we deserve to be here.
Snuck into the party. But anyway, no, I mean, like, I don't dislike the film because it makes me uncomfortable. I love that. My issue with Magnolia, and I think it might just be something about the fact that I think if you saw this in theaters when it came out, it might have played differently than like. For me, like getting into film school and people going, you got to see Magnolia. And then I sit and watch it. And my feeling watching Magnolia is, man, there's a lot of interesting ideas in here. But I kept thinking about one professor in college when we were taking screenwriting would kind of tell us, like, I understand that you want to buy into the auteur theory fully. And you want to tell yourself, like, don't listen to anybody's advice. Don't take notes. Like, you've got the purest. He goes, but every once in a while, if you're really putting your emotions into something, you can maybe get too close to the material to necessarily see what's going on. Now, this movie, to me, like, once you know that Paul Thomas Anderson was dealing with grief, about his father and everything, like, you feel that, and it's palpable, and God bless it. I love it for that, and there are parts of it that I watch, and I think there's a lot that I love about it. There is, but there are certain points where when you go back and watch it, and you're like, I think if he had maybe gotten maybe a little feedback where somebody went, have you figured out what Julianne Moore's plot is? I feel like this one's a little underwritten. There's little bits and pieces where I can understand why PTA himself looks at it and goes, oh boy, I was just kind of doing a whole scat session here, and maybe like, no, and I don't mean that in a bit, but just like, that he was doing a whole lot of jazz, and like maybe
and a whole lot of blow probably too as well.
Yeah, but
a lot of jazz.
This is Coke era.
Quote unquote, a lot of jazz.
No Coke done. Stop that.
A lot of jazz, not a lot of melody, maybe.
Yeah,
I will say, the friend I saw it with, and this may have come up in the in the from the 50 other people who have already been on, but in that
you're actually the first one to talk about the movie, Adam.
Yeah, well, of course. The famous Entertainment Weekly 1999 is the year that changed movies podcast, in which I believe in that story, Paul Thomas Anderson compares the structure of the screenplay to A Day in the Life, the Beatles song, right?
Yep.
And I said to my friend after we'd seen it, I read the story, and I said, and my friend was a huge music geek and was a huge Beatles geek, and I said to him, Paul Thomas Anderson said that he structured the movie like a song, and before I even said the song, he's like, it's A Day in the Life, right? Like, he knew immediately what it was. And I do think that there's something to the kind of overwhelming sonic, like the immersion of that song that Paul Thomas Anderson was trying to recreate, that is a real counterpoint to how almost all cinema has ever been, that I think is what some people really gravitate to, and what some people are really pulled back. Like, it really takes them out.
Because it's like taking a drink from a water hose, from like a fire hose. Like, it's definitely hard to.
It's constantly overwhelming, and I do think that if he were to make this movie, a version of this movie again today, he would do it just so radically differently. I think that I think the way, like, a lot of the different approaches he would take would just be a different kind of experience. And in that way, it reminds me of so mmany other 1999 movies, to bring it back to the whole point of the podcast.
Yes. No, I appreciate
because
that.
Someone's got to do it.
There's like so many of the movies of that year were real swing for the fences, I'm gonna try something kind of movies, and it just happened to be a really great batting average that year of a lot of those attempts connecting, a lot of those big swings reaching the fences. I just did like a huge sports metaphor, and I just want to celebrate that for myself right now.
That's great.
But
very good.
I think my takeaway is the Beatles song is so much shorter than the movie, and I'll stick with that.
I just want to thank Kenny for sending this email, inviting us so early, because I started the movie when he sent it, and I just finished it. So, it's very good. It's very good that he did that.
Oh, it's a party.
Hey, Liz. Liz Hannah's joining us.
Hey, guys.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks. No problem. I had a microphone and it broke, so it's great.
You sound great.
We're going great over here.
Do you have thoughts on Magnolia, Liz? Are you a fan?
I don't even know who I'm talking to right now.
You're talking
what is
to me
happening
up here. I'm waving.
Okay. Hey, guys.
I could run down the room real fast for you, Liz, who's still here. People have left sometimes.
Are we drinking?
People have
Because
stayed.
everyone in my house is sick, and the only way I'm getting through this is wine. Great. This is great.
I'm 9 years sober.
Cheers.
Drink in front of me. Just kidding.
Okay, great. Because I feel like this
Jessica
is
Ellis.
7:45 at night.
Yeah, Jessica Ellis, Aaron Thomas, Emmy Potter, Hunter, and Stacey Hunter, Covington, Stacey Chop, Norm Wilner, Jordan Gustafson, Brooke Solomon, Chuck Hayward, Rochelle Lefebvre, Lola Kelly, Jeff Greenstein, Baron Das, Tom Lorenzo, Michael Natale, Toby Herman, Adam Bevery,
sure,
and Liz Hannah.
Guys. This is amazing.
For a long time, Liz. Thank you so much for coming on. We're in the middle of kind of like a bit of a debate. To be honest, there's a bit of a debate going on.
I'm so shocked by that.
And Rochelle made a point of making it a real high-minded debate. So there's been about. She didn't want to be a dilettante, but here we go. And then Michael Natale went on about a very eloquent 3-minute, dissertation on auteur theory. So I don't remember anything happened. Oh, and then Adam Bevery also talked. And
he talked about the musicality of the film.
No,
this is
I think he shut up about sports. That's all
I think he talked about sports. Just sports.
Oh, great! I can do that. I also don't need to listen to this podcast anymore. Thank you so much.
Well, you would be surprised what we've covered in the hour and 48 minutes that we've been doing this. But I'll just say, my question to you, Liz, is: have you seen Magnolia? Yes, no, maybe. Have you seen Magnolia? Can you hear me? No.
I have. I'm making a face because I have, but it's been since 1999. So
totally
I feel
fine.
like
That's fine. No. Many people.
I made a really concerted effort to watch it in the last 2 weeks, knowing to do this, and then literally everyone in my house got sick twice. So if you guys have the cold, it came from us. Just FYI.
I think Kenny's also been exposed to various diseases
Hollywood,
too. So.
I am.
It's just coming from my house. We are the Center for Disease Control of Los Angeles. So apologies to everybody. But
no, you made it all the way. You made it all the way to Nashville to everyone in my house. So the force is strong with you. Well done.
Oh, good.
There you go.
You know, I had to be.
And there's lots of children, and children are obviously just petri dishes for disease. So there's that too. But my question is, did you like it in '99? Did it leave an impression on you? Do you have feelings about it in terms of? I
am such a Boogie Nights fan that I feel like it was tainted by that. Like,
sure.
I feel this way with every single one of his movies. And I say this like as a fan of someone who loves that somebody can jump genre and like surprise an audience, surprise fans. But like, I'm such a Boogie Nights fan that like, it was hard for me. It's hard for me every time he makes a new movie where I'm like, It's not that. And so I think like there are moments of it that are very specific to me and performances in it that are stand out. I mean, Philip Seymour Hoffman, give me a Robards in anything. I'm sure everybody spent an hour and 15 minutes talking about Tom Cruise. But I think, so that for me is like, what's interesting to me about it, which is 20x amount of years later, the things that do stand out and are interesting.
Is everybody in this podcast? I mean, I know it's maybe a stupid question, but you never know with this crew. Is everybody on the podcast a Paul Thomas Anderson fan?
Man.
Jessica
Ellis. Not at all.
Jessica Ellis, not so much. Jeff Greenstein, maybe not.
Maybe not.
And we'll ask Keller.
Depends on the movie.
I think it's all home runs and whiffs. Like he doesn't have very many middle grounds. That's my opinion. So, but I like to weight the home runs and say that I'm a fan.
So what is everybody's favorite PTA movie? Is my question. Hi, Clay Keller.
Oh my God! There's a million people on there. Hello.
Hitting for Magnolia.
We're never going to get through a question because more people are just going to show up, and so everyone listening.
No.
Like,
I mean,
I heard that.
I got my finger on it. I won't let anyone else in. Don't worry.
I mean, this is like very apt for the movie. The constant, unending stream of humanity that does not ever cease.
Who's going to scream at the pharmacist?
Giving a lot of credit to the people on the Zoom.
Everybody got
myself. A lot of humanity. That feels intense.
Everybody got their verse of Wise Up that they're singing, right?
It's true. Everybody's got their verse.
I was going to say, I didn't get the verse. What are you doing here?
I didn't give you a verse on purpose, but everyone else did.
All right, that's fair. All right, but can I scream at a pharmacist?
I didn't want you to come cross country and kick the shit out of me. So,
that's going to happen anyway, bro.
Eventually. I do think though, I want to speak less to the hits because it does feel like, Boogie Nights does seem to be a film that a lot of people seem to love. I do think that Inherent Vice and The Master, which might be the most divisive of his films, are more interesting than they are entertaining or fun for me. But I think that, he kind of keeps reinventing himself, which you have to commend that he's found a way to be able to do that every time out, whether or not, you're like Jessica and you don't like any of his films.
I know. I like Boogie Nights. I like Boogie Nights a lot. And the rest of them have not really hit for me personally.
Yeah.
I like Boogie Nights a lot.
Phil, this is interesting. This is interesting that you put Boogie Nights and The Master together. Didn't you say that they're the two that are
Inherent Vice?
Inherent Vice. Oh, I'm with you 1,000,000% on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think Boogie Nights is super fun, and I'm with you on Inherent Vice and The Master.
Those feel like the most divisive of his, but I also, it should be said too, and I obviously, this is just my opinion, but when I sat down to watch There Will Be Blood, I didn't really know what to do with it at first. It felt very sort of alienating. It didn't seem like anything he had done before. It had this towering performance at the center of it, but I sort of was like, it took me a long time to get on its wavelength, like years of checking in with it and really kind of, and I know that there are people that love that right turn and love The Master and love all the stuff that he's done since. I don't know. I mean, it does feel a little bit like he kind of breaks into two camps. You've got the first couple movies, and then you've got the back half. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Can I ask a question? Which is, and this is like, it's going to sound loaded, but it's not. Maybe it is, but is like, do we need to require, like, for a film I've had the same reaction with There Will Be Blood, and I have not done the painstaking work that you have done to like revisit it and find myself in a place of that. Like, is that something we should achieve, or like a thing that we should reach for, or a thing that we should look for, which is like a film that we don't like and forcing ourselves to force feed it over and over again until like we feel like we get it because they're smarter than us? I don't know. I feel like for me, I know there's a lot of Phantom Thread hate going on in the chat. I love Phantom Thread.
I love Phantom Thread.
I also like Daniel.
Yeah, Phantom Thread good.
I love Phantom Thread. Like I think anything that also with Philip Seymour Hoffman, I'm going to watch. Like I think he and his relationship with Paul Thomas Anderson feels like on another level in terms of like auteur and actor. But I don't know, like it's hard for me to wrap my head around wanting to engage with an audience in a way that's so alienating that then they have to force themselves to revisit over and over again to connect with something. But also I'm of the few that was alienated by it, because clearly. So I don't know.
There Will Be Blood?
Yes, There Will Be Blood.
No, I feel like there are a lot of people that were alienated. I do want to answer this question because Phil and I have been forced to rewatch a lot of movies that we never would have watched.
You put this.
We forced ourselves. We forced ourselves. We got on this never-ending treadmill and this never-ending cinematic treadmill, and rewatched a lot of movies that I don't think we would have otherwise rewatched. And look, it's hard to know what's going to hit the second time. It's hard to know what's going to hit the third time, but when it does, it is really fucking rewarding. You know,
I agree with that, and I will also say too, Liz. I have constantly find myself sort of the push and pull of, I love, commercial populist movies. I love movies that are just straight up Jordan Crucchiola.
Jordan Crucchiola.
Hi, Phil.
Hey, Jordan. As I was just, let me finish this thought real quick. I do think that challenging movies are sometimes too challenging, right? And I just give up and I'm just like, fuck it. And I understand art, and maybe I'm just dumb and don't connect with these movies or whatever the case might be. And sometimes there are films that I'm just like determined to try to figure them out. And I don't necessarily think that that's a good, bad, or indifferent. I think that that's just what it kind of is. Some movies, for whatever reason, maybe it's people that I really respect that love it and just sort of want to understand why people love that movie. But I also understand the idea that like some people just want movies to be enjoyable and don't want movies to be a fucking, a challenge. I'm seeing lots of stuff on the chat here, guys. Let's see.
I just wanted to say, can I just say to what you said? I think that speaks more to you as a viewer and like the commitment you're willing to make to a film than to the filmmaker itself. And I think what you're speaking to is, I'm complimenting you, which is like, I would hope that if I made a movie that was difficult or made anything that was difficult, I made the saddest television show that's ever been made. And like, I did hope that people would sit and watch it and like, and take their time with it. So I'm a hypocrite in this entire slide of thought, but I guess I do think like, it's an interesting conversation asking for patience from an audience, not just in the span of time to watch the film, but in the span of years to then revisit it and interpret it and grow with it or like grow into it. I just think it's an interesting process and like challenge.
I also think what you're talking about, Liz, falls into something Michael was saying earlier in terms of auteur theory and not having any guardrails, essentially, and maybe you should look for other people to kind of rein you back in. And I think I wanted to say when he said it, and I want to say it now, that's why I love this movie, right? I love this movie because I don't think he's actually making it necessarily for a commercial audience in mind. I think he's making it 100% for himself. And that's those in general, like sometimes those are the worst movies of all time. I mean, Liz, The Departed's the worst movie ever made. But don't start argument here.
Almost made it. Almost made it 5 years.
I just want to be clear.
I love The Departed, but I love this energy more.
Personal movie that's not made.
You also just wrapped me into your
Okay, everybody stop.
Everybody's response was amazing.
Go, Kenny, go.
I'm so happy you're here for that,
Of course,
Jordan.
by the way, of course, Jordan Cruciola cheering on your Agent of Chaos comment that just that turned this into absolute fucking nonsense.
Jordan, I'm so happy you're here. My point about Magnolia is my favorite movies are movies that are like 100% warts and all, honest to the point of self mutilation, and that's what I'll take any day of the week over something that has been
Kenny. I cannot get over that your Scorsese example of a movie that's not made for an audience and is deeply personal is The Departed. That's not like Silence.
No,
it's not Last Temptation of Christ.
Something. It's
Kenny's only seen 4 Scorsese movies.
Jordan is crying. She entered the chat and
I don't like The Departed, and I think The Departed is an example of a filmmaker who took no notes. That's all.
I want to take something that you said, Kenny, and unpack it for a second, because I do think it's worth unpacking, because it's something that this movie was tagged with. One of the things he said, I think, might be worth unpacking, which is the idea of making a film only for yourself, right? There were a lot of people, a lot of critics that derided this film because they felt as though it was just essentially a $40 million therapy session, and it was just Paul Thomas Anderson working through his grief.
That's good stuff.
And I don't personally have a problem with that, but I do understand that criticism. Like, I can understand someone watching this film and being like, I don't need to go through this with you. Like, I this is not something that I need
Phil,
to do.
Are you thumbs up or thumbs down on
No,
Magnolia?
I love Magnolia.
I know you have the T, but like, okay.
I do have the T-shirt.
Jordan,
and I do
are
love
you
the film.
thumbs up or thumbs down on Magnolia?
I'm thumbs up on Magnolia, and I'm more thumbs up on Magnolia than I am kind of like half of Paul Thomas Anderson's filmography. Like, Licorice Pizza can mostly go fuck itself. I don't care about Inherent Vice. Like, The Master is Amy and Adam's tour de force.
Interesting.
Phantom Thread is boring but pretty. Like, believe me, there's no love lost between me and PTA. But Magnolia, thumbs up.
Am I the sole remaining dissenter on Magnolia? Am I the only one on team no?
I'm mixed.
I really feel like I'm team nowhere because it's been 22 years since I've seen
nowhere.
I appreciate nowhere. Can I get a quick straw poll on Licorice Pizza?
I like
it. Is great. It is a shocking movie.
This is how
I can't believe that movie got released.
I'm the shruggy.
I cannot believe that movie was not canceled immediately upon release.
Yeah,
it is horrifying to watch.
Hey, Adam, people tried, Adam.
When this movie came out,
I went to see the movie in theater, and a friend of mine just came with me. I had an extra ticket, and the credits come up at the end. She knew nothing about the credits come up at the end. She starts laughing hysterically. And she's like, I thought that was some student's first movie who grew up in LA and knew everyone in Los Angeles.
I loved it.
I'm so mad at all of you.
That is not my opinion. I'm just saying that was
come through the Zoom and take us all.
I tippy-toed my opinion out on this podcast. I'm like, guys, I don't think it's good. And no one was there with me. But
well, Kenny, I was there for you, Kenny, because on our show, I shit talked Licorice Pizza, and you DM'd me the day it came out to tell me I agree with everything you just said. So you and I were simpatico on this from the beginning.
You were there, man. You were there. Yeah. I feel you. You were there.
So I understand. I don't hate the movie, but I also don't think it's one of his best films.
It is.
Jeff Greenstein loves it.
Jeff Greenstein willing to die on this hill, guys.
Great movie. I'm with Jeff.
I'm shocked that you got. Go ahead.
Are you just like vibes?
Did it not have enough? Did it not have enough uncomfortable, like, pedophilic longing between an adult and a child?
Oh boy, that's a choice.
Like Paul Thomas Anderson films haven't made you uncomfortable before. We're talking about a film that features so much that's uncomfortable.
I do love the reaction to like pedophilia and someone going, "Who cares?" Like,
I don't care. It didn't happen.
Energy.
It didn't happen. It's a film. No one was hurt.
Anderson has groomed you, Jeff.
This is the joke, guys. The joke is that I see merit across the entire filmography, but the only one of his films that I have unimpeachably loved from end to end is the one you guys all want to dump on. I
actually don't want to dump on it. I actually don't want to talk about it. I
was certain that I was on an island.
Oh, we can't do that.
I mean, Phil. like a small island, and a small island with a few inhabitants, and frankly, like, look, I don't understand. Like, I'm totally with you, Adam. I don't understand why people decided this movie is weirdly the movie that's above cancellation, but that's fine for me. It's not even because of that. It's not because of that I don't.
Crazy.
No, I was just bored. I was just bored.
I would argue.
I would
argue he was almost going to win an Oscar for it until like kind of the last second, which is kind of crazy. But all of that being said, Magnolia, the movie we're here to talk about today.
Yes, this is what I was saying. Every 15 minutes, Phil tries to grab this rudder and just.
Well, guess your birthday. It's my arm in the water behind.
Guess what? Guess what, guys? We're done with guests. This
covered
is
with barnacles and frogs.
Bill, you can talk about whatever you want. The floor is yours.
Wait, Kenny. I just want to be clear on this. You saved the exclamation point at the end for Jordan. You thought, who can be my closer? Who can bring this to like a triumphant exclamation point? And you thought that was Jordan.
Who can come into the exquisite corpse and just say something fucking weird?
Well, I think that is perfect. It's perfect.
It wasn't even a question who the last person should be.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Phil is in his shirt.
I say with all love, there was only one person who can come. I didn't know what was going to happen at the end of this, but I knew Jordan was going to come in like a whirling dervish and just start, tearing shit down. So Jordan, please go ahead.
No, I have an actual Magnolia question for Phil for the room, because I remember like I was 14 when this came out, and I had like a segment of friends who were so super into it.
Get out.
Upsetting.
I won't tell you how old I was.
I was going to say, Liz, you thankfully missed most of the younger people that have left this.
I was 11 when this came out. I was also 11.
I was 11.
Yeah, we were 9.
I'm currently 11.
And Jordan wasn't born yet. Jordan Gustafson wasn't born.
I'm a sexy baby.
Brooke was 2.
I found out today that the Postal Service and Death Cab for Cutie released that album, that whole
20
thing,
years ago.
before my younger sister was born.
Whoa.
Just let that all sit there.
That's brutal.
Going to college.
That's brutal.
That's violence.
It was a real moment of pain in my life. And that is maybe the sheer force of anger from that is maybe how my sickness got to Nashville. I just want you to know that pushed it to the South was just
amazing.
How old I realized.
I'm so into how many people are on this from so many different places right now too.
It's pretty
exciting.
It is very exciting.
Well, okay, but no, I want to ask the question of the idea of making for a mass audience. I think of this movie as at the time having been a mass audience movie in a very 1999 kind of way, but was that just like kids my age being like, oh, there's this cool movie out, or was it like, was this movie rejected? Like, this was an Oscar contention. Like, this feels like a movie. I think of this as playing to a crowd in a very 90s way, but maybe I just am misremembering it totally.
I mean, I do remember that the reception. So I was in, and so were you, Norm, in Toronto when this film came out, and the Toronto critics awarded this best film. I don't know.
You
what
want me to
else
tell
they
that
gave
story?
You can, but I do just want to say, but before you say it, I want to say this one thing, because I do think that to answer Jordan's question, it wins the Golden Bear at Venice. It wins some critic circles. It gets a Best Supporting Actor nomination, and it gets a Best Screenplay nomination. And a Best Song. But I would say it was a pretty muted response to this film. It does come out in limited release December 17th. It doesn't really get its wide release until January of 2000. I just don't know that this film ever really connected for all the reasons that we've sort of talked about, which is
interesting.
Yeah.
But Norm, what's the story?
Yes, please. Sorry, Norm.
Okay, so for whatever reason, it was the last film that we saw in 1999. We have our voting deadlines. We had a structure in place. Studios knew, our voting date is a Friday night. We put the nomination ballot together. We have a live vote or at the time it was an email vote on the Sunday, and then we announce on the Monday. So everybody knows the deadline. All the studios and distributors are lining stuff up for us. So for years and years, the first 2 weeks of December are this gauntlet of like a 10 a.m., a 1 p.m., and maybe a 7 p.m. It's like TIFF used to be with press screenings. Sure. You just run them. And we kept getting a notice that Magnolia was delayed, that we couldn't, and we knew how much time it took up. So there was some trick to finding out how much space it was going to be. And I wasn't on the executive at the time, but people were emailing back and forth with New Line and with the local distributor Alliance Atlantis, and they were just unable to lock it down for whatever reason. And like, it was finished, it was screened at Venice. Sure. It's not like the prints weren't available,
right?
But it wasn't available to Canada. So for whatever reason, we saw it at 1:00 on Friday, on the last day, and in a theater.
And everybody loved it.
Yes, it played to absolute silence. And we got up and we all left and no one talked about it at all. And then the ballots, I was counting the ballots, and they just kept coming in. Magnolia top or second place over and over and over. It won. I think I can talk about it. It won in a landslide.
You Canadians just with a sense about things.
We just.
I like Norm how you were like, I don't know if I can talk about this because it's too sensitive, this event that happened.
In Toronto, we're very polite. We just want to make sure that we're not upsetting anybody. I do think that.
I just want to know one question fast. Do you remember what else was at TIFF that year?
It didn't play TIFF. It wasn't. This was after TIFF. This was the last film we saw in 1999 for consideration, December 8th.
What it went to the Toronto Film Critics Circle?
Yeah. Toronto Film Critics Association gave it picture, director, screenplay.
So it was against everything.
Yes. Yeah, I think there might have been an acting award too. I can look that up. But
it's the Toronto Film Critics Association is the same as the New York Film Critics or the various North American.
It's really not.
Things
it's really.
Well, I thought you said TIFF, and I just was listening.
Oh, sorry, no.
I'm trying to give you credit,
you did. It's me.
Yeah. I appreciate it. But subsequently, and this is the other point I want to make, we have also given top prizes to Anderson specifically for Punch Drunk Love, There Will Be Blood, and was it Inherent Vice or I think it was The Master.
There Will Be Blood. That's a picture right there. Damn right. People
that was
dying.
We couldn't. That was like we were the outlier on that one because it was a year. We had to, because of our stupid calendar rules, we had to include it in the 2008 awards. So it actually won its prizes a year later.
It's like a Grammy. You gave that movie a Grammy.
Yeah, we all look like idiots.
That existed? Oh, okay.
That's incredible.
I mean,
Adele,
Magnolia. Again. We'll give it to Adele again. I think we gave it to her last year too.
But Magnolia did win for 1999 in Toronto.
Yes, correct. It did. Yeah.
So you guys didn't get the Cider House rules up there that year, I guess.
Oh no!
Played a TIFF, didn't it? I actually think Cider House rules played a TIFF.
Yeah, Can I? I have two questions, then I do have to leave. First is this a thing that people are going to be listening to through a podcast?
No chance.
Inconceivable.
Are you going to put it up?
This far.
We're going to put this up.
Of course. Why not?
It's going to be hard to listen to, but
you guys should come up with like a sort of like a code word that like people who listen all the way through, only they will know what that code word is. At the end,
only they will know to say the general's daughter, and
or something, or something like that.
No,
you'll know they made it to the
end. Adam, I'm on my way out. I don't care if anyone listens to the podcast anymore.
So my second question is, the stealth MVP of this movie for me is an actor who I was convinced when I saw it was going to be like a huge thing, and she's worked a lot, but she never became a huge thing, and that's April Grace.
Yes,
the woman who
the interview
is Tom Cruise. She is mesmerizing in this, and I just wanted to. I don't know if you've talked about her yet. I just wanted to give her just due because those scenes don't work if you are not riveted by how laser focused she is on the interview.
That's so interesting because I was like watching it thinking like, God, what a shitty interviewer. Like she's giving a great performance, but she's like, oh, how do I.
Yeah, she's maybe not the best interviewer, but
I was like, bitch, he's right to be angry right now. Ask the fucking question. This is interminable. She's giving a great performance.
Oh my God.
She's giving a great performance. But I was like, if someone was stammering through what a clearly controversial question like this right now, I'd be like, are we going to do this? Or are you just going to bait me like right now? Like, what are we doing right now? But yeah.
I remember she turned up on Lost too. And I remember when I saw her pop up on Lost, I was like, oh, it's her. She was in Magnolia. I recognized her from Magnolia because I was also so like mesmerized by her from the first time I saw her, and then to see her on Lost, where she's like very mysterious as an other, you know.
She
Shout
has
out to
like
Lost.
3 lines in AI as well, and I also similar to you had the same reaction. I mean, I was like, oh, I don't know why she
gets cast in dense things.
She's done a lot of TV, so she's consistently worked, but it just seemed like there's like this deeper well of talent there that's never been fully tapped, as is the case with so many actors. But
her like eyes, the way she stares at Tom, and like the way that they like kind of stare at each other for a bit, and he has that line, he's like, I'm silently judging you, and there's the reverse right back to her, is really powerful. And she's like complete Stonewall the whole time, but you can just see there's like slight flickers that she does with her eyes that are just like so fucking phenomenal. She's really in the pocket.
I will say I had a problem with my biggest problem with the movie is I think that the directing of the actors in a lot of cases didn't work, but in that the contrast between Cruise's just twitchy, like, Coke energy, and she is so serene. She's so contained in her bearing and her presence. It's a really nice dynamic. Like, I felt like I was watching a play in those scenes. It felt very much like a theater dynamic.
I also
the one thing I wish that he had done is after he basically almost, it seems like he tries to assault her and then leaves, he gets up in her face. I just wanted to stay with her for a beat. I want the movie keeps returning to literally every person it encounters, but after that moment we're done with her, and I kind of wanted to sort of see what the aftermath of that was for her, since she's doing so much important dramatic work in the storytelling. Anyway, I wanted to give her due before
I appreciate you say that. And before you leave, I'll just say this too. I do think that the third act of Frank's character doesn't work without her. Like you need that to sort of propel him and to put him into a mindset where he's even open to the possibility of seeing his father again. So it's a vital role. Like, it's a performance that if it doesn't work, I would argue Tom Cruise's third act might not work at all. So,
but she feels more like an accessory to Tom Cruise's narrative than an actual character, and I feel like that's also, what is the kid's name? Who
Stanley?
No,
Stanley.
It's the kid with the
Quiz Kid Donnie.
No, the John C. Reilly. There's
the rapping kid.
Oh, the rapping kid.
Dixon.
Yeah, the rapping kid.
There is this sort of like thing of like Black characters in the movie playing as like accessories to the white character's actual character arc, which I couldn't help but notice. And later,
there's not a Dunham thing happening in PTA's whole deal. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And like you see it. I think the performers, like the first with John C. Reilly goes into the apartment, and this woman Cleo Kane,
Marcy,
like she like acts circles around John C. Reilly. She is like eating him for breakfast and just murders that scene. The writing is not exceptional, but the performance is killer. She kills that scene, but is barely given anything to work with. And like, I couldn't help but sort of see that when I saw it this time around.
It is. I mean, as we mentioned earlier, Orlando Jones had a whole storyline that's cut from the film, which is unfortunate. I don't know. I mean, he was playing Dixon's father, aka the Worm, and there's this whole like crime component that's involved in the film that all got cut from it. That's not to dismiss what you're saying, Lola. It definitely.
Well, I think it supports what I'm saying. If anything,
yes, it's been cut. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, I do think that it's. It's a weird movie, guys. It's hard to like.
I think I think it's things like that. Specifically, when I say it's my favorite but not the best, right? Like it's to me it's such a pure distillation of what he wanted to put out at that point in his life. Sure. And what he wanted to put out at that point in his life was 7 different versions of himself and 2 women he once knew. Yeah. Which is fine with me, by the way.
One's favorite Transformers movie can be number 2, even if it's not the best Transformers movie. It's no Bumblebee.
Can we open up that point though? Because this goes to something you were saying, Phil, which is like this movie was derided for being biographical and like being just sort of a masturbatory expression of whatever his issues were in his life. But like I think it feels very topical to be talking about that this year, where like almost every movie feels like a director's autobiographical film. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. It just is. Like, you look at what's out there and what's in the, I would say, like, awards conversation. This is obviously not everything that's out there in the world, but like most of them are men of a certain age reflecting on their times at a certain age and having that. I would also argue that all of those men have been making those movies for their entire careers. Like, and again, I don't think that's a negative. Like, I think that I don't know how it's possible to make a film and not have some of your biography in it. Like now, Bumblebee, I'd love to know their story and like see where that really came from.
Me too.
But like,
Christina Hodson, get on the line.
Like, who knows? But I think it's like an interesting critique because it's part of being an artist in any way, is it's a somewhat of a reflection of yourself. I'd love to be like, we're not narcissists, but we all decided to make things where we're in them. So like, it's hard to
this movie's version of it totally works for me. Whereas like Mother, fucking hate that movie. And it's just like Darren Aronofsky jerking off all over the world about being a director and like abusing his life partner for the tax of it. And just like the end of that movie when she like pulls out the heart of her body and she's like, it's for you. I was like, oh my, audibly in the theater I went, okay, Darren, and like everybody around me.
Well, you know, Jordan, it's an interesting
I really enjoy.
Jordan, it's a really interesting point of view. I mean, what you just said. A point. Because I do think there are two versions of this, of what we're talking about. There's one that's the version that's, you know, my life as a human being. And there's one that's the version that's my life as as a director, as a professional person. And there's so many movies that are just, you know, it's the Leonardo DiCaprio thing. It's like, oh my God, he's the director of this. It's just
you shitting on The Departed again? Jesus Christ!
I think I'm sure anything could work, but that allegory is boring as shit to me. Right? That allegory is boring as shit. Sure. That allegory in general is really fucking navel gazy.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna blow all your minds in 1 second.
No.
Is everyone ready? I think. I think this is a nice
Who's
room
the host?
for this.
Can you mute him?
No. I'm gonna blow all your minds in 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay, great.
Is it
do it. I don't know
Thomas
who's
Anderson?
coming, but this is exciting.
You guys don't know who's coming?
I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if that name's for real,
it's Sarah Polly.
Oh my God.
I just woke up and remembered this, and then I chatted, and Norm was on Twitter saying it was still happening, and I was like, oh my God.
Oh, you were, Norm? Thank you.
I was.
Hi, Sarah, thank you so much
we give
for
a
joining.
round of applause for Sarah Polly.
Sarah Polly.
And then woke up and remembered this. Hi.
Why am I here? What the fuck?
Is everyone really hammered or something?
Sarah, thank you so much for waking up and coming onto this podcast.
Jordan, I feel like this is your general's daughter surprise at the end.
Oh my God.
By the way, I'm not putting I don't think we put this in the description. If you're a real one, you stay until the end of this. Sarah, it's so nice to see you again. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you so much. I can't imagine how tired you must be with all the press and stuff that you're doing, so thank you so much.
Have you have you woken up with a hot take about Magnolia for this room?
But you did talk a little.
Favorite movie, so I really wanted to be on this episode because it's one of my favorite films of all time. So.
Well, we appreciate that.
I have nothing to offer. So what have you been talking about?
We were just talking about like the multiple forms of like the artist making the art that is exercising their demons, and like what is the line for where that becomes like the sort of insufferable, like should have kept it in.
We were talking about Transformers.
We were also talking about Transformers.
We were also trying to sound smart. But what's interesting is about Bumblebee.
What's interesting
and
is
how
Sarah,
it's, Revenge of the Fallen has its place, even if Bumblebee is the best critically reviewed Transformers movie.
Sarah, you did make a movie. You made a doc that is very much about yourself and your life and your family, and necessarily put yourself in that movie very much. And we're talking about how all these, this year in particular, all these directors, but generally male directors, are making these movies about themselves. And Magnolia feels like that's one of those as well. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
Wait, what? Why do you think that Magnolia is about P.T. Anderson?
Yeah, it was. He talked a lot. It's about him dealing with the grief of the death of his father.
I don't think I knew that. I didn't know that.
It's him working through. He had a lot of loved ones kind of all die of cancer around the same time. So this film was kind of a well of or sort of a way of him dealing with that.
It's interesting because it's so not self-indulgent, which is so hard to do.
That's an interesting take. Some people might say it's very self-indulgent.
I feel like I'm coming to a party late and everyone's drunk and I'm still sober. There's all these inside jokes. Everything's already been said.
Don't worry, I don't
act more sober than they are.
No. But genuine. I mean, Kenny said it, but truly, your film Stories We Tell, which obviously is this somewhat metatextual exercise in terms of working through some of the stuff that you had with your family, I mean, and I don't think that's, just to be clear, self-indulgent at all, but was it, how did you approach that, and how did you sort of work with that kind of biographical information?
I mean, I think I just had to tell everybody's story except my own, so I sort of left my own version.
Sure.
Like my version is not in that movie. I mean,
interesting.
That's interesting. Sure.
But it's also a doc. Yeah. I mean, I do think that's the difference in this conversation, is that a doc, the audience walks in knowing about the personal relationship between the filmmaker and either the subject, or if it's personal, then about themselves. Mm-hmm. I guess I don't really have an opinion. I'm the one who was talking about this. I don't know that I have an opinion on it, other than I think it's sort of naive to assume that every film doesn't have some type of biographical experience in it from the filmmaker. And if that is latched onto in a judgmental way, it feels dismissive of maybe what they're trying to say. Like using that as ammunition against making it at all feels dismissive of the journey.
I think that to that point, I don't think the film should be judged for being a biographical portrait of his grief, but a critical element that comes up in the question of that is, how does he handle the other characters? How does he handle the characters that aren't avatars for his forms of dealing with the grief? And I do think that's where this movie falls down a little bit for me, because again, like people were saying, the black characters feel very marginalized. The female characters to some degree feel marginalized in comparison to this, male grief times 9 in this film. And, it's there that I think you feel like this is a 27-year-old filmmaker making this. He doesn't quite have the grasp of other perspectives that he does have on his own perspective yet.
I think I've never been angrier than finding out he was 27 years old.
I know. Fuck that.
Wow.
Sorry. That's just.
As the 27-year-old in the chat exposing myself.
Wow. Tough.
I know. I feel like it's like what we were talking about this earlier, in sort of like art and how we revisit art down the line in movies, and how we can watch it at 18, but then you watch it at 41, and what's the difference in your relationship with it? And if he remade this movie, and I feel like that's what makes the movie so exceptional, that he was so young. When does someone so young get to put their something this big into the world, and how do they then reflect upon it? And for it to be such a big movie and at such a young age, that's what's so fascinating. Because his thoughts aren't so fully formed, the grief is so raw, that's what makes it so messy, and why I kind of am drawn to it, because I don't know shit, and I'm 27, so he definitely doesn't know. I mean, he knows way more shit than I know. But
he did it. But he didn't. He knew lens length. I think
never let people fool you into thinking just because they made a thing, they're further along than you. They just fucking made the thing about exactly where you are right now. Let's level that playing field.
Even more so than that. There's no such thing as further along. Right. I also that's the thing that I really want to get out in general is as long as you have the technical chops, right? That might be something you have to grow into, but as long as one has the technical chops, I think it's just necessary that we allow people who are younger than 30 years old to make movies. Mm-hmm. It is. We used to.
I'd like people older than 30 years old to also make movies, just so we're clear.
Yeah.
People
older than 30
I would prefer it at this
People
point.
older than 30, people don't older than 30 don't need help, but really it's younger than almost younger than 40 now. Like if you look at the Sight and Sound list they just put out, it's like if you look at the Sight and Sound list, number one was made by someone who was 25, Citizen Kane was made by someone who was 24. A lot of these movies, like a lot of the most important movies, were made by people in their 20s, and it is so incredibly difficult to even make an independent film in your 20s now. And but the viewpoint, it doesn't have to be the best film ever made, but like as long as the filmmaker's honest, the viewpoint is so valid and it's so missing right now.
Wait, is that true that it's hard to make a film in your 20s? Like, is it harder to make a film in your 20s than it is to make if you're like a woman in her 60s who never got a shot? Like,
did you mean like it's harder to make a film in your 20s now than it was to make a film in your 20s then?
Okay,
that's what I mean, Jordan.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of marginalized people. I'm not trying to say that like there aren't a lot of marginalized people, but something that has changed to me is we have kept moving the goalposts up when you could get the financing you need to make a movie. I just don't think people I would really say like 35 now are trusted. And it's only upsetting to me because I think the viewpoints are vital.
Well, I would also say too
that the oldest person in the world and be like, you have an iPhone now. Like I do think that does change the vocabulary and does change the accessibility. Even like when I was in film school, we didn't have iPhones, but like digital cameras were accessible and you didn't have to make things on 16. It's actually not true. When I was in undergrad, we were making things on Super 8 and 16. And then by the time I went to grad school, we were making things digitally. And like, so I do think, but by the way, it was the same cost. Everybody was like, it got cheaper. It didn't get cheaper for a long time. It was so expensive and nobody knew how to make them. And there were like 3 cameras that worked. So I do think like that is the thing. The one thing I want to say, and I don't want to get on a soapbox about it, but I do think it is important in this moment of what you said, Jordan, who 27-year-old Jordan, male Jordan, is, and I'm not calling you out. I'm just jumping off something you said, which is like, show me the 27-year-old woman in 1999 who got to make this movie. That's that's the question that I have.
For sure.
And that's also who's the PTA of that as a woman, I don't think is a fair comparison. I also, who is that given the gender stereotypes and gender discrepancies of that time and the time we continue to see. So like, it's not a fair thing to put a target on PTA's back for that. Sure. But I do think it is a question of when we're talking about this, of accessibility and people making movies and getting the opportunity to make a movie that is self-indulgent about yourself or is about a biographical film about yourself. I don't know that there were any women that had the opportunity if they were under 30 or over 30 until the last 10 years.
I mean, this happens to be our wheelhouse.
I mean, High Art is not even autobiographical, and that's the movie that I can think of. Sorry,
the only person I can think of is Catherine Breillat.
In 1999, there actually, not to actually you, but there were a lot of women, young women, who did make their first films.
This is a good topic to actually me on, Kenny. It makes you
if
look
there's
like,
any.
The problem that we've come back to over and over again is they never got a chance to make their second film.
That's the problem.
Even if the film was good. So there were a lot of movies that were good, like But I'm a
Boys Don't
Cheerleader
Cry.
or Boys Don't Cry or Ravenous or just really, I mean, 200 Cigarettes, a bunch of movies they're all young because they could potentially still be working, right? And people like Jamie Babbitt, it took her like another 15 years.
You know what movie I love? The Quiet. The Quiet fucking
I don't know what The Quiet is.
The Quiet? Sarah Pauly, do you know The Quiet? That is
she just likes you, Jordan.
I just like the way you said it a lot.
I mean, after But I'm a Cheerleader, and it is the story of Camila Bell and Alicia Cuthbert as godchildren siblings, because Camila Bell, who is, I'm not going to spoil it, but I'll just tell you, she's deaf and she gets taken in by her godparents. And Alicia Cuthbert's character is a bitchy cheerleader. And Edie Falco is her pill-popping mother.
This movie. This is just a great movie that Jordan loves.
The Jordan's just it's a Mad Lib. She's just making it up.
I don't know how I found an original one sheet of this on eBay, but I did. It contains the most harrowing fucking monologue.
Wait, did this movie come out in 99?
2002 or 3?
2005.
Okay.
2005. It
Okay.
came out like the same year as House of Wax, but I think Alicia had made this first, and she's a producer on it. And it like just watch this.
Did you make this movie?
I
No, I-
wish I had made this. This would be a dream project to me and my friend Sam decided if somebody came into an audition and gave the Alicia Cuthbert monologue from the cafeteria in it, it's
Okay.
tens. If she sticks the landing, she's fucking in for life.
I
I'm
do
just
wanna-
saying, Jamie Babbitt.
I think
respect
you
more
should
than,
pitch
but I'm
everybody's movie. I think you should just pitch everybody's movie.
you should just be.
Always.
Yeah,
You're amazing.
Yeah, always. Amazing.
I'm ready. I am pure enthusiasm. I've got.
I do
two
want to ask.
batteries.
Can I ask a question though? Because it came to me earlier as we were talking about this sort of self-indulgent, autobiographical films or what have you. I mean, you make these films because you hope that they're going to connect with people and that other people have gone through experiences similar to yourself, right? I mean, that's part of why we do what we do, I think, to some degree, which is you're writing these experiences down and you're hoping that they're going to have a connection with other people. I don't necessarily think that Paul Thomas Anderson went out of his way just being like, I need to cathartically go through all this shit and I'm going to get $40 million to do it. I think he did it because he thought he was going to make an emotional connection with other people and that they were going to see themselves in his story. So I don't know.
And not only the part that's autobiographical, but like that moment where he comes in and says, "You need to be a lot nicer to me, Dad." Like that whole
Oh, it's so good.
character, like
Yeah.
that showed something for me that I'd never seen on screen. Like it was a window into just the cruelty of that world of putting a child in that position. It was just, I mean, he wasn't only empathizing with himself
Yeah.
in telling that story. He had, I think, equal empathy with all of the characters.
I agree.
And it's the best. I mean, you've already said everything, but it was the best performance Tom Cruise has ever given. Like that was an amazing performance.
It's so mesmerizing to watch him do that now, like to go back and be like,
Yeah.
fuck, remember? Because I love present iteration Tom Cruise. Yes. Maverick, top 10 movie of the year. But like watching him in this is like, wow, you used to be a different guy.
Yeah.
And you this is what was in you and you gravitated towards and you clearly got the script and you were like, I'm going to fucking dine out on this. And oh my God, the ferocity.
I do think, Jordan, not to actually you, just to be clear, but
no,
I'll just
I'm
say
sure
this.
you know more about Magnolia than I do. So
I will. Well, no, just in the
correct
sense that what's interesting about what you're saying is that Tom Cruise reaches out to Paul Thomas Anderson, having seen Boogie Nights. He invites him to the set of Eyes Wide Shut. Paul Thomas Anderson tells him about this new script that he's writing, sends him the script. And initially, Tom Cruise said it was not for him. He was like, I don't think I can do this. Like, I think that he genuinely felt like this was going to be a challenge for him. I also think, having just spent like 2.5 years making Eyes Wide Shut, my guess is that he was just like eager to do something that was
Just a little tight.
very tie-tie.
Or maybe never make a movie again.
Yeah.
Or never-
Yeah.
But and I think that it's interesting that he was, Paul Thomas Anderson was able to convince him to do the film, and obviously, I think everybody agrees that he should have won the Oscar that year. But I just think it is interesting that I think Tom Cruise was like, maybe this is. Am I crossing a line by doing this? And then he immediately retreats for the rest of his career.
Oh yeah,
Like,
after
he-
Vanilla
I
Sky,
heard, I heard on pretty good authority
Mm.
that he thinks that movie's a total wank. That he hated Magnolia.
Really?
Yeah.
To this day?
Interesting.
So that kind of lines up with.
It's the best thing he's ever done, and he thinks it was a total wank.
What I
See,
love
this
about
lines
that,
up with
though,
my
That's
theory.
amazing.
All right,
Is
Kenny,
Tom
bring
Cruise
him
made
in
the
from the
movie?
waiting room now. Bring him in.
he thinks it's a total jerk off, but he still was like, listen, this is some
Goodness.
bullshit. I'm still gonna go to 11. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hate
Yeah.
this shit, but you know what? I'm gonna give it everything I've got.
Yeah,
And that's
it's the last
least
time he
you can do
trusted
as
a
someone who
director.
hired you.
I think that's a good
he's-
point.
he-
I think what you just said, Norm, is interesting. Is that
Is that
it is-
true?
I think so.
but I think he has that relationship with McQuarrie. It's a
That's
different
what I was gonna
level
say,
of,
but-
But McQuarrie doesn't ask
Yeah.
anything
And I-
from
not
him,
level
right?
of-
I think Collateral.
filmmaking.
I think Collateral was the last time.
Yeah.
No,
He
he
gives
holds
himself
back in
full-
Collateral.
But
Yeah,
playing
I mean,
a
he, like,
villain
he
and
does
then
the
getting killed at the
costume.
end.
Yeah,
Like, the
but
man
he's
kinda
not.
pulls some
He's not
stuff out of him.
performing. He's playing Ethan Hunt, but bad. Like there's no.
This is
range
like the
to
last
express.
nuanced. Like he's playing inherently in this like like an awful person, and like he's played bad people before, but this is such a different version of that. Like he's never given anything like this.
Well,
Yeah,
what's
I
interesting
agree.
to me about it.
sorry, to me the take on Tom Cruise is metatextual in that, like, I don't know what would have happened if he didn't have this like bizarre episode in the mid 2000s that kind of totally, because to me, I think Collateral is like a very strong counterpoint to the idea that Tom Cruise didn't take any more risks, right? He worked with a total A+ director, always pushes his people out of the comfort zone, played a villain.
Mm-hmm. It's not a risk, like, though. Like,
I agree. I agree with you, Norm.
It's the same way that.
But all I'm saying is it may not be a risk in and of itself. Yeah. I mean, though I think it is, but that's not even the point. The point to me is he still was ready to entrust his career to these kind of people who are notorious for pushing people outside of their comfort zones. So if it weren't for that couch jumping mid 2000s episode where I think he completely pulled himself back and said, I'm in total control from here on out.
I think we need to take a pause to respect Stacey fucking Jacks when we're going to say whether or not Tom Cruise was willing to floor it ever again. For one of his,
I do want to say, may I ask something? Just for clarification.
Everything he was doing in Tropic Thunder, the guy still will periodically get fucking strange.
But it's still a safe bet, right? Because he's got the cushion of the makeup, and everybody knows it's not really Tom Cruise. Like,
I mean, he didn't have Stacey Jacks. He was fucking shirtless the whole time with eyeliner on, like in leather pants.
I do just want to.
Stacey Jacks was definitely a swing. I agree with you.
I'm trying,
Mike. I'm trying to let you answer your question.
No, please. I am the least qualified person here. No one is listening to me at all. But
you're in the room. Listen. You're equal.
I'm apologizing for yourself, Mike.
But I was. Oh my God, this is so much more tense now. No, but I guess my thing is to try and understand and bridge the gap here when we're talking about risk. I'm trying to clarify what we mean when we talk about risk with Cruise, because I do think, to Norm's point, like, I remember, we're all talking about what this was like for Tom Cruise. Now, I was 9 when this movie came out. The first exposure I had to anything related to Magnolia, and this is a bit of a tangent, but they did a reference.
If you made a TV show, but you're older than any of us, you're great. You're doing good. Like,
I haven't made a TV show.
If anybody
Mike Natale has not made a television show. No, I had one pilot that no one
not you,
saw.
but like anybody who's guffawed at somebody younger than them in this room that has made 1 to multiple television shows.
No, I've done
won
nothing.
The race, folks.
I've done nothing meaningful.
I'm younger, but you have the trophy.
But
I'm not guffawing. I'm clutching my face because I'm 54 and I'm easily the oldest person in this room.
That's what
when I talk about risk, I only say it because I remember my first exposure to Magnolia was they did a reference on Buffy the Vampire Slayer where Xander held up 2 donuts and went, respect the crawler and tame the donut. And when I talked to a friend and went, what was that about? And they went, well, Tom Cruise in a movie said, respect the you-know-what. And to my, 10 or 11-year-old brain, I went, well, that's going to destroy his whole career. I don't know why he did that. And I do think that,
well, now we know, too, that Xander Harris totally would have been the guy to cite Frank, that fucking creep.
But I'm saying, to me, I guess, I wonder, when we're talking about risk with Tom Cruise, yes, Collateral is different than the kind of roles he normally plays. And Tropic Thunder and all these are different than the typical Tom Cruise role. But I do not think in any of those cases, I think in all of those cases, he enters into those movies knowing what the finished product is going to be. And when we're talking about risk, are we talking about risk in terms of is the reason, I can't speak to this, but is the reason that Tom Cruise thinks this film is a total wank is in part because it might have been the only time or the last time where he surrendered himself fully and then saw the finished product and went, oh no, this didn't come together.
Well, I do want to kind of answer your question a little bit, because I think that when I think about this role, it's a very wounded character. Now, admittedly, there's a lot of bravado to it, but when push comes to shove at the end of this movie, it's about him breaking down and crying and showing, obviously, how broken he is as a person. That's not a Tom Cruise thing. You could say what you will about everything he's done since. He's never played a weak, quote unquote, character. A character that
Jerry
is
Maguire. Gotta throw Jerry Maguire out there.
If we're gonna it's a safe bet.
Truly,
that's truly, call him weak.
But if we're gonna talk vulnerable,
is Jerry Maguire? He's vulnerable.
He's vulnerable
on the 4th of July.
Vulnerable, and we're gonna talk true honesty and true. There is a moment in the behind the scenes of Jerry Maguire where Cameron Crowe talks about the moment when Jonathan Lipnicki kisses Tom Cruise on the cheek, and Tom Cruise, like Jerry Maguire in the movie, repels, and that was Tom Cruise repelling Jonathan Lipnicki, and like not knowing how to interact with a small child, and like the way that I think of that scene so much because of like the posture he has and just the inability for him as a person to interact with a very tiny human. And like that for me speaks more to like honest vulnerability than I think any other performance he's done. So I think if we're talking Cruisance and the Cruise career,
I agree.
I think we should mention that.
It does predate Magnolia for what that's worth. But I do think that more than anything,
with the facts and the receipts. God, what are you,
sorry.
host?
I just want to say this though before you launch into something, Jordan, because I can see that you're
I
about
have to make one Cruise point, just one.
I'm going. If this is a Cruise thing,
please.
In '99, Tom Cruise turns down the role of Jericho Kane in End of Days to do Magnolia.
Huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Wow.
I agree.
That's a fun fact.
So I just think it's interesting that that's even the choice that's on the table, right? Where it's just like it's interesting that he does Magnolia instead. Maybe it's because it was a shorter window and he basically goes straight into Mission Impossible 2 off of Magnolia. So I do wonder, there's all sorts of factors that could have played into this. But the reason I bring it up is just because I just feel like whether he thinks this movie is a wank, and obviously I trust your sources, Sarah, so it's very possible that he does not respect this movie. And by the way, Burt Reynolds didn't respect Boogie Nights notoriously, and then he, gets an Oscar nomination for it. So whatever. So I do
love
think
that we're all using thinks it's a wank. I hope that is actually exactly how Tom Cruise said it.
Now the
that's how I'm describing it from now on.
Exactly how he said it.
The word pretentious was also used in this secondhand story.
And like it is, but like it's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that everything Tom Cruise does after this movie, by and large, is just Tom Cruise strength forward. He's very good in Collateral, but like that is a visceral, performance of him just being, Tom Cruise.
It's physical.
There's a counterexample to that. There's a counterexample to that everybody flipped out about. I'm sorry, Jordan.
Vanilla
Real
Sky.
fit. I wasn't gonna say Vanilla Sky. I was gonna say the movie that was called Live, Die, and Repeat.
Edge of Tomorrow. I love that movie.
That's a
that movie. What part of the reason people love that movie so much was because he is such a dork in the beginning.
He's a fucking loser for the first like 2 hours.
This gets to my point about I think like I'm not particularly interested in Tom Cruise taking more. He took risks. He has a very long career.
I agree with you, Jordan.
He had his risk era. But now what he has done more to me than any other superstar on the order of him, particularly in an action space, is use his positioning to create a landscape where women can excel alongside of Tom Cruise in his own movies and even surpass him in like ability and bravura in a way that almost no other male star makes room for. One of the first pieces I wrote when I started working at Vulture was at a time before we were really franchising women in action, was called The Best Place for Women in Action is next to Tom Cruise. Because after Vanilla Sky, basically, I'm pretty sure I fact checked this, besides from the American whatever, where he's kind of like sassy and
American
Made?
American Made, yeah.
I know
Well,
you're
it's a bit
talking
more
about.
embodied, swaggery Tom again, in a sort of like vintage way. He is not had sex or been sexual in a movie since basically Vanilla Sky. He has become sort of like this asexual action superstar, which as somebody on the asexual spectrum deeply appreciate. But what it creates around him is this orbit of like very non-threatening male superstar who makes it a point to launch the co-stars alongside him. Who are the breakout stars at this point in like the Mission Impossible franchise? Fucking Rebecca Ferguson is. Vanessa Kirby kicked ass in the last Mission Impossible movie. Jack Reacher, like Rosamund Pike looks great in that movie. Like it is, Tom Cruise has made it like this side responsibility to exalt his female co-stars. And you know that like, because there's this safety bubble that he has formed around him, you're not going to have to be worried at any point that girl's shirt's going to come open in an inopportune way. That there's not going to be like a body up on somebody. And I want to pull in Maverick before I close this point, which is I think another I know, I think a really interesting demonstration of the presence of Cruise happened in that movie when you're on the sailboat with Jennifer Connelly and Maverick, when he's the fish out of water. Like, he's awkward on the boat, and she's the one with the swagger. And there isn't a joke about his dick. There isn't him being like, well, once I get you in the skies. Can
I just say one thing? Can I say one thing really quickly?
To Jennifer
I think
Connelly
the bar has to
at
be a
the
little
yoke
bit
of a
higher.
boat.
Can I just say
Let's start from the beginning.
Please.
Our bar has to be a little bit higher. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but can I just say one thing? When I had a baby,
please. Yes.
my husband
I
did
demand
the
better.
dishes. My husband's an amazing father, but did the dishes, and friends of mine were like, he's the greatest parent that's ever existed in the realm of humanity. And I was sitting with spit up and had gained all this weight and was all these things, and they were like, you're fine. That's what you're supposed to do as a mother.
Yeah.
The role of men in this world, we have to raise the bar a little bit more. Show me the Rebecca Ferguson franchise that then he produced and financed and made a movie. Show me the Rosamund Pike movie that he financed and produced and made into a franchise.
Yeah,
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's a safe, unaggressive male to be next to in this. But is that enough?
I do just want to say one more thing, which is that
fuck yeah.
I do just want to say one more thing, which is that, again, this was a thing that I think he really started doing at a time before women were getting the movies of their own, because we can have the movies of our own, the atomic blondification, the hey, Angelina Jolie was onto something back in Tomb Raider and Salt kind of situation. But I think at that, there is, until very recently, not an action superstar on the order who is non-male of Tom Cruise. And so too, yes, I want those advocacy and put your money where your mouth is things to happen. But I still think that the boosting that comes inside of a Tom Cruise movie to put women in those positions to be an equal to him within them, you're still putting them in a bigger fucking movie than any franchise they're going to get, because Mission Impossible is bigger than any franchise they're going to have. And I'm sorry, Rachel, I stepped on your point, and I will, Rochelle, stop talking.
Please. Yeah.
No, I just it's when you started to make your point, you were so passionate about it. Literally, my thought was, I was so excited. I was like, oh, she's gonna name a Tom Cruise movie I've never heard of or seen, where he plays a supporting role to an awesome female action star. He's
not a supporting role in his own action movies. I don't.
Edge of Tomorrow is that. I do.
Yeah, it's the closest one, I think.
Yeah, it's a co-lead. Yeah,
But that's not him lending his power. That's him starring in a movie alongside Emily Blunt. Lucky him, right? Lucky anybody. And I think also, all the women you named, I was picturing them as you're naming them, and it's you can be in a Tom Cruise movie, but they're just Bond girls with more dialogue, and they kick a little more ass. But in Mission Impossible, Rebecca Ferguson falls in a swimming pool and gets out of the swimming pool with the dripping dress, and you still have to be under 30. If you're over 30, you have to be in a body and a face that looks under 30. You have to be sexy. You have to be able to there's still a mold.
Yes.
And I think actually he has done nothing to help break the mold, and if anything has maintained the mold in a way that I don't connect with.
I won't lie that I certainly will not pretend like he isn't the mold of Hollywood, because he's kind of one of the few superstars keeping the mold intact. Go to theaters, believe in spectacle, that kind of thing. But we have come further in the conversation than when this was a most useful thing that he was doing. Sure. But I still do want to credit, because again, is it enough? No. Does anybody else who is on his order do what he does? Absolutely the fuck not. They don't.
But I will say that again, not enough. Movie.
That I would watch.
I'd see that.
I want to just say that what I do think is interesting about Tom Cruise in '99 when he's doing this film is that I do feel like he is at a crossroads. He's coming off of, and we talked about this at the beginning of the podcast, Kenny, about this idea of there was no bigger movie star coming off of Jerry Maguire and Mission Impossible in 1996 than Tom Cruise. What does he do? He gets on a plane and he goes to London and he shoots for 2.5 years to shoot Eyes Wide Shut. And which I completely understand why he does it, because at that time in his career, he was checking boxes in a lot of ways of wanting to work with auteurs and wanting to sort of push his boundaries and what have you. And I just think it's interesting that he does this film. And I was reading and doing some research that the deathbed scene where he says, I'm not going to cry for you. don't leave, you fucking asshole, I'm not gonna cry for you. He apparently improvised those lines or some element of those lines, and that whole breakdown, for all intents and purposes, is from, again, take it for what it's worth from the sources that I read, was a lot of Tom Cruise putting himself on the line and really kind of bringing a part of himself that I don't think we had seen before. It's why I think we all still talk about the performance. You know, it was so powerful, in fact, that Philip Seymour Hoffman is actually crying at Tom Cruise in that scene because he can't believe what's actually transpiring in front of him. It's a pretty amazing thing, and it's an understanding of Tom Cruise. This idea of like what his faculties are, it's why I think he's a robot. And whenever you see him in interviews, he doesn't seem like a human being, because it does feel as though he's sort of, you know, he understands all of his buttons. He understands all the things that people want to see. Now they apparently want to see him throw himself out of planes, whatever the case might be. He understands what people want from him. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But I think it feeds into what you guys are talking about, which is that ultimately, I think he's decided, I'm not a romantic lead anymore. So the women that are going to be in these movies are going to have to be, you know, made in a certain mold, even though there is elements of romance in Top Gun Maverick, for what that's worth.
The only thing I will say to credit, the one thing I want to say to credit Maverick is that I was wildly impressed that the woman who was cast to play his romantic opposite was within the same age range as like that was the I actually was so stunned that Jennifer Connelly was the romantic lead of that. Like, now Jennifer Connelly is one of the most beautiful women on the planet. She could be 95 years old. Who gives a shit? But like, so really good on you guys for getting one of the most beautiful, talented women on the planet to say yes to playing the.
No, but it's true though. They
could have done. Yeah, they could have done. And that's not just to him. That's everyone. Sorry, that was the only thing that I wanted to add.
By the way, I think that's an interesting point. Just in general, to Jennifer Connelly, I think kind of coupled with what Phil said, I think there is an element of shrewdness to that too. I think he knows that. Look, obviously it worked, right? And obviously he got, you know, basically one of the most beautiful women of all time.
Yeah, every time she appeared on screen, I audibly gasped.
Everyone gasped, right? But I think he knows that people don't really want to see him with a 30-year-old, and I think that would have hurt the movie.
I agree. I also think
Jennifer Connelly is still
I think they're. Sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
Jennifer Connelly is still substantially younger.
Yes.
And the first female lead, who was his contemporary and the first Top Gun.
I don't disagree with you there.
Like, he's not actually casting someone the right age. Like, he's like making some weird, like, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's completely up to him, but like, it's not like they cast somebody the same ages.
That's true.
No, but he's not.
Nor did they go back. This is a big fan of the movie, by the way. I love the movie, but like,
I'm not saying he's dating like a student. I'm saying he's dating somebody who's like,
which is so funny. He's not dating one of the other kids in the flight school.
I think all I mean with Jennifer Connelly is I think it's critical that he cast someone who also has a 30-year career that we're also comfortable with. And I think that's kind of a big part of the. And I'm talking about calculus. I think he is making a calculation with casting someone in that role that we also feel this is a person who, you know, feels we feel comfortable with. I think that I think if for instance, just to be kind of what's that? Just to be departed. Just
to be departed advocate.
If he had a romantic storyline with Monica Barbaro, is her name? That would have
female pilot.
I think that would have ruined the movie, and I think it would have killed it at the box office too.
Well, that's The Mummy 2017.
I think people. No, I think people.
Dark universe justice.
I think people would have rejected it back at their core in a weird way.
But Michael's correct. It's like he had that. He had a woman playing his romantic lead who would be playing a student in this.
Yeah,
film.
she was 30 years younger than him or something like that in The Mummy 27. I'm not trying to make this about The Mummy 2017. But
I won't even. Why not at this point?
Please
I
do.
will.
Please do.
But the Mummy. If you're talking about Tom Cruise, I do wonder if we talked about how we're talking about how Magnolia was like a pivot point for Tom Cruise because of the reaction. Mummy 2017 might also be a pivot point if just because Mummy 2017, a movie I don't think is the worst, but it is the first time
it's a huge bomb for him.
Perpetually, and not just that, it's the first time that he feels like Roger Moore in View to a Kill. It's the first time but I mean, it's the first time where like even somebody who likes that movie and likes Tom Cruise, I was sitting there going, buddy, these old tricks aren't going to keep working like that. Like, I don't know if it's,
just to give you a sense of how that film was received. When I went to see that film at the ArcLight RIP, and two people got in a fist fight in the middle of the movie, which is just sort of like, they hated the movie so much they were like, fuck this.
Yeah, they were trying to drag each other out and they just picked the wrong moment.
It was
like in Pinocchio, where they just start fighting for no reason.
Exactly.
Yes, the Mummy 2017 is Pleasure Island.
Yes, Liz.
The last thing I want to say on this is that I think I think we can say both things, which is I think our bar can be substantially raised,
Sure.
and also it's great to see Tom Cruise in a movie. Like I don't like I enjoy seeing Tom Cruise in movies. I buy tickets to go see Tom Cruise in movies. I think he's one of the few movie stars out there who I'll go see his movie when he's in it. But at the same time, like, put your money where your mouth is. If that's a place that he wants to live on, if that's the planet, which he won't be on this planet much longer for the next film, I hear, so it's fine. But like, if that's what he
wants, and then one day he's going to be on like Xenu. So,
but he's actually going to space to shoot his.
But he's literally going to space. So,
So could I ask a question then for the crowd?
Yes.
If he doesn't die in space making this movie, he's going to have to switch from action star and he go back to auteur filmmaking again because he physically can't do it.
I mean, Liam Neeson cranked that out for like a while. I think the shelf life is longer
fair point, but for the hypothetical, if he doesn't want to go as long as Liam,
yes,
who is there a filmmaker working today we would like to see him switch into auteur mode with?
Well, you're bringing up something that I think is really interesting, Tom, because I feel like a lot of people have talked about this, the idea of like, is there going to be a moment when Tom Cruise decides potentially to switch gears and become the supporting quote unquote character actor or whatever the case might be? I don't know that that's ever going to be a thing for him.
No, he doesn't have it in him.
I don't think he does.
I don't think he wants that. I mean, I think he's also so used to like having so much input into the process at this point. Like, he is kind of a co-filmmaker in so many ways.
Yes.
Or not co-filmmaker, but I think that he really does have a lot of input. So.
Oh yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of actors like him who were that way, and then they started getting older and realizing they didn't have an Academy Award and realizing, can I get that Academy Award when I'm 65, 75 years old, playing the supporting actor for 3 scenes in a movie? Like, I think that's what we'll see. I don't know if it'll be auteur or if it'll be just a filmmaker who's making an interesting movie that has an interesting role for him. But like, well, it's I can absolutely see us doing watching a movie where Tom Cruise is we're having the Judd Hirsch conversation about Tom Cruise. Like, I just can't imagine him not wanting
will that conversation go on as long as this one? Will it be how long have you been doing this? Has it been 6 hours?
No. We've been doing this since 6, so it's been 3 hours.
Right.
You're like, not all of us have been here. Let's be clear.
Just
Sarah,
Kenny and I have been doing
good to know you're down to go another 3 hours. So,
she's freshly. She got a fresh nap.
Viewers, is it a good time to remind
just had a nap.
listeners
She's good to
about
go.
Magnolia?
I just got a text from my husband going, like, what is going on down there?
Take a little break.
I have a couple of thoughts, but the one thought that maybe will kind of shits us away is, and I hope maybe this is the last thought on Tom Cruise. It's kind of crazy how much you're talking about Tom Cruise. This is a ensemble movie with 9 more or less equal leads.
Yep.
And some of those people are some of the best actors who've ever lived. And I'm not trying to shame anyone, because that's not really what I do. What I do is I think it's just an interesting thing, the gravity that this guy has, that we can't help but break down his career in this film. Like, look, I know this group of people, we're all great talkers, could do 2 hours on Philip Seymour Hoffman or 2 hours on Julianne Moore. We've done that on other podcasts.
We have.
It is kind of amazing what this guy does to us.
But I think it's partly because him doing this film is so out of character for him. Whereas like those other actors, like, you can believe they were in Magnolia as part of their resume, but with Tom Cruise, you're like, what? Like, what's he doing there? And he didn't do it before that. He didn't do it since then. It's just so fascinating.
It's also, it's also the only nominated performance. Not that means anything, but it is something that's worth saying. Like, it is interesting.
Kind of wild.
I agree with you.
Agreed, Liz.
Yeah.
Having like I mentioned this earlier, but like having now like
you're 27. We know, Jordan.
No.
Having mentioned my age earlier, my 27 years.
No, I've only now I've seen like all of his stuff except for All the Right Moves, and so like the point I was going to raise earlier, where we were talking about like him lifting people up, like as a queer non-binary person, it's like really frustrating seeing his relationship with the queer community and how like pretty much like there's so much conversation about him and his portrayals within it, but like him revolving around it, having a queer character, having any sort of like relationship post Interview with the Vampire is like non-existent. And so like with the Mission Impossibles, it's sort of like the same thing with the Fast and the Furious franchise, weirdly, where it's like there's so much representation across the board, but like in terms of like queerness or like gender identity, it's just like non-existent, which is like a really strange thing, especially for a star of his power. But it also makes sense because he wants to like play across like all of the four quadrants, and like in order to do that, like, you know, it's easier just to kind of like shove that one aside.
You are begging the question, and obviously I don't think any of us know the answer to this, but it's worth putting it out there anyway, which is sort of, I just don't know how cognizant he is of all of this. Like, he might very well be, and it might just be this, you know, very, very smart, surgical, you know, understanding of his career, calculated all of that. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think that he doesn't do many interviews anymore. He hasn't done many interviews since basically he jumped on Oprah's couch and everyone was just like, maybe you're a lunatic. If you see him, and I mentioned this to you, Jordan, when we were texting the other night about his Golden Globe acceptance speech when he wins for Magnolia, it's bizarre. Like he comes across as a fucking robot. Like he just doesn't and it should be said too, like, it's a weird time in his career. His marriage is ultimately going to fall apart shortly after this, and there's any number of things that could be a part of it, but he just doesn't ever seem like a normal human being.
I fully believe he's Small Wonder. Like, they keep him in a closet somewhere.
Small
I don't want to.
He's fucking Patrick Bateman. Christian Bale said he just based Patrick Bateman on Tom Cruise. So it's not.
I mean, there's something to that.
Phil's not wrong. He is a fucking weird robot who's probably killing people in the alley behind.
Well, I don't know about that.
He's the one who probably kills out.
I don't want to say that.
I'll say it, Teddy.
Okay.
Phil, I don't care.
You can say it.
I'll say it. I don't give a fuck.
I do think like there's something interesting about what you're saying. All the Jordans are saying, and everybody is saying, is that, and Kenny, what you're saying, like, what's funny, Jordan, of what you were talking about, of like thinking this was a really big movie. I have that in my memory as well, and the reason is because I think Tom Cruise was in it. Like I think probably, like in my memory,
I remember
like
that
in my memory, I think of this being a bigger movie, or being not only because Tom Cruise was in it, because he was nominated for it, and it was like he was going to win, and it was like that there was a level of fame to this film outside of the film itself, and had a life to itself because of him, which I think is really interesting. And then I think is so sad to me, like, you know, oh, let's just cry into Tom Cruise's money. But like, I do think there is something really sad about like the oeuvre he had for such a very long stretch, and like the risks he took and the things he did and the like people he worked with. Although like I'm a McQuarrie apologist, I'll watch anything McQuarrie does, so like give me all of Mission Impossibles, so that it's not to that. But like A Few Good Men is not a movie he would make now, which is so wild. Like that's just not a movie he would make now.
He wouldn't make Interview with the Vampire now, that's for damn sure.
He wouldn't make Firm. He wouldn't make movies that feel, you know, what's interesting is like Jake Gyllenhaal's doing Presumed Innocent. You're like, actually Tom Cruise doing a limited series sounds great. Where's the Tom Cruise limited series?
You're already Presumed Innocent, by the way.
He would, yeah. He's already
Presumed Innocent.
Let's get a Legacy sequel to The Color of Money. Let's do that.
But I think that's
let's see where that guy
sad
is.
To me that he doesn't have that we don't have that like runway of Tom Cruise anymore. That we have. I mean, look, I love what we have, but I think that's sad that this is a movie that was 20 years ago, and we're like, maybe he made one more that was somewhat in the realm of the reach.
I do wonder though, with Maverick doing the business that it did, and what I can only assume will to some degree roll over into the next 2 Mission Impossible films, you have to wonder whether or not he takes that for a spin, maybe, and he's like, maybe I can take a risk again. I don't know.
But
Well,
do
that's
you
why
think
it's
he
so
wants to
tempting.
take? Do you think he wants to take the risk in terms of y'all? All you guys talking about this did have something pop up in my head, which is, talking about Tom Cruise and him not taking risks and the choices he makes and the positioning he's doing. Sure. It does call to mind Warren Beatty in terms of Warren Beatty. One of the reasons he was a big star, and if you want to talk about his equivalent of Magnolia, I mean, my folks talk about like a bunch of people went to go see Reds because Warren Beatty was in it. And then imagine a bunch of people wanting to see hot Warren Beatty, and they're like, it's 3 hours about American socialism. And it gets a lot of Oscar buzz, and everybody goes, oh, this is going to be what gets, Warren Beatty all these Oscars. And of course it doesn't. And then you do hear those stories about Warren Beatty in the 90s. I mean, there's even that, maybe it's apocryphal story that apparently like PTA approached Beatty about the Jack Horner role, and Beatty thought that he wanted him for Dirk Diggler. And you do kind of wonder if like part of the reason we don't see Warren Beatty anymore, I mean, like he's still around, he could still do things, but part of it is like he's still looking at scripts and going, nah, that's not the Warren Beatty role. And yeah, he does a Bulworth or something like that. And you could call that a risk. I love Bulworth, but at the same time, like you do kind of find like if Tom Cruise takes a risk after Maverick, I don't know if that risk is gonna be
you're probably right.
A Magnolia style risk. It might be a rules don't apply.
I want to see Tom Cruise do Bulworth. I mean, I think we can all agree that's something we want to see.
That's the problem.
Tropic Thunder
I think
was
we
his
have to weigh
Bulworth.
what we're talking about with risk, though, because Top Gun Maverick being what Top Gun Maverick is, there's a lot of revisionist history in us saying
that's what I was going to say, Liz. Yeah,
that was so not supposed to be what it is.
Yes,
it just got named Best Movie of the Year by the NBRs. Like, let's just talk about that for a moment.
Yep.
That's where we're living.
Yes.
The National Board of Review just named it Best Movie of the Year. So, like, the fact that not only did it almost single-handedly remind everyone why movie theaters needed to exist, but it also has entered the awards chat in a way that is incredibly powerful and strong
and shocking.
And shocking, but not incredibly. Like, there are plenty of friends of mine who are Academy members.
Oh, not now. Not once the movie exists. No, I'm with you. Like 2 years ago,
like,
yes.
4 years ago, when they started making this movie, everybody was like, what a shit show. I can't believe they're doing this. Who wants to see it? And so I do think like it's interesting, I guess, in what I'm the one who was on this train too. So I'm not pointing a finger at anybody and be like, you're wrong. I'm just saying, I think like how we evaluate risk and how he evaluates it is really interesting. I also just want to say that like, this is a man who puts his physicality, like literally on the, who pays for his own insurance to be on the side of a plane and have contacts made for him, which is a risk in of itself, and it just in a different way than we have to talk about it. Yeah. So I think it's interesting in just evaluating like what an artist decides will be the risk that they take, and his seems to be literally with his body. Like I'm just going to
and his reputation and his money
and see if people will be entertained. Yeah,
I just wanted to, I would totally on your tip with that. Like the idea that this guy doesn't take risks. The saddest thing to me would be if this guy starts taking, fourth on the call sheet Oscar bait performances. What I want this guy, he could do it here.
It depends on what that is, but yeah,
dude could do whatever he wants. But what he does right now, only he can do. Like I don't want like Sacha Baron Cohen to start taking like fourth or fifth roles just to get Oscars either. What he does, only he does. And that's the thing that I'm so amazed by and impressed by. Now, of course, if he wants to go try to win an Oscar in an Aaron Sorkin movie, go crazy if that's important to you. But if you ever stop doing the thing where you're like, pushing people in power, putting people in power in like uncomfortable situations, that would be a real loss to all of us because no one else is capable.
I totally agree with that.
Doing that.
I want to just I want to shift gears just slightly in terms of the risk thing because I want to talk
about the movie that we're supposed to be talking about. How dare you?
I know it's crazy, Liz. I know, but
now you're doing it when people start dropping off instead of people joining.
I do want to start. I want to shift just back to the movie for a second and to Paul Thomas Anderson in general because I am curious to see what his next film is. You know, Licorice Pizza obviously was look
at Jeff.
Was divisive, but also kind of weirdly beloved and almost got him an Oscar. So I guess the question is, you know, right now there are 2 films that are essentially on his docket potentially. One is that he co-wrote with his daughter, which might have something to do with martial arts.
Do that.
And then the other one, and then the other one is a film he wrote, which is about the jazz age in Los Angeles in the 20s or 30s with potentially Denzel Washington and a bunch of other people.
Hell yeah.
And all the Heims.
I don't think the Heims are
in it, but
does anyone other than people in Hollywood, and by people in Hollywood I mean like a very small niche of people in Hollywood, give a flying fuck what has ever happened here? Like seriously, it's not that interesting.
But
like,
he does like to be the LA
American Activities,
filmmaker,
which was like the most interesting thing that ever happened nationally here. Like I just don't understand why people keep making these, like whatever. But the most interesting thing I will say about PTA is that I cannot believe he's with Maya Rudolph, and I'm fucking here for it. Go make that movie with your daughter. Peace be the
right.
Yes.
That sounds perfect. Like I feel like he needs the marriage, and I feel like if anything, like I want to see him collaborate with. Like I'm sure maybe she and him like talk about their scripts because they're a married couple. But like I feel like I would love to see him direct her in something like that. Seems like an ideal thing for me, at least.
Well, I just want to push back a little bit, Liz, on the LA thing just for a quick second, because I know this is whatever, but I'll just say this: he does pride himself on the Los Angeles thing.
The thing I like, one of the things I like most about him is the LA thing.
Well, and
the Valley thing.
The Valley thing.
But we're talking about specificity to his experience in the Valley. We're not talking about the jazz age in Los Angeles in the 1920s.
But he does. Well, but I mean, There Will Be Blood was about oil barons in Los Angeles. I mean, obviously, Boogie Nights is about the porn industry in Los Angeles. Punch Drunk Love is, I guess, sort of about Los Angeles. I don't know. But I mean, my point more than anything is
plunger dealers.
Plunger dealers, obviously. I'll just say this. I do think that he set out with Magnolia to make the quintessential Valley movie, which I do think he was successful in doing.
Yeah, me too.
And I do think that he prides himself on some degree, maybe unsuccessfully to you, Liz, but I do think that
I'm not knocking literally any filmmaker who's trying to say that the world wants to see this.
No,
nobody's that interested.
I just think that he is,
except losers like me.
Me and Kenny.
And I do. I
losers
think
like me and Kenny.
His interest is trying to find weird little niches about Los Angeles that maybe make it interesting. I also think, if I'm being completely honest, just having read some of his interviews on this particular film, and I think this bleeds over into the other films, he's very insecure about it. He talks about how, like, I didn't come from New York. I didn't come from Chicago. I didn't come from I know Smallest Violin is what Liz is doing right now. I'm just telling you why he does it.
I live in the Valley. It's great. We don't have to be insecure about it. My child grows up insecure about living in the Valley and becomes PTA. Okay. I'm fine with it.
Liz, I think you're 100% right.
I agree.
I think the whole country, whole world is not up LA's ass the way I am. But as someone who is up LA's ass along with Jordan and probably some other people on here, it's really nice that these directors are making movies just for me.
I love it.
So that's
me
lovely.
personally.
Here's the thing. I'm down for that. I love Boogie Nights. We're talking about this. I think we're also talking about hyper-specific characters in a very vast genre, or like a very wide era of time. So I think saying There Will Be Blood is about oil barons in California is like saying The Power of Dog is about all serial killers and sociopaths that have ever been created in the world. But
That's fair.
The only thing that makes me frustrated goes back to what we're talking about, which is do these movies need the $150 million budgets that other where is this? It is, and again, this is not a target on PTA. We're in a period in the industry where no one is going to the movies, where we're trying to figure out how to make people watch movies again. That is the thing. And I don't think it should be a creative handcuff on anyone, but I do think it is when we're talking about the financial handcuffs that this industry is presenting right now.
Yeah.
Creatively, how let's make those movies, but how can we make them at and a responsible amount of money? And I'm not involved in this budget, so I don't know. But like, how can we make them at a responsible amount of money that we can sustain this industry, because it is fucking dying like around us.
And it's such an interesting point that
nobody goes to see.
That's such an interesting point. That and the nexus of art and commerce, obviously, right there, right? But I think the point you're making that people almost never make is that we actually are part of a bigger ecosystem here. And what do we owe the industry that employs us? Now, look, I'm a nutball, and my answer is always going to be nothing, right?
Sure.
But that doesn't mean I don't think you're totally right. If everyone is like me, there will be no industry. So I think that's
I do want to to your point, Liz, because I wanted to look up how Licorice Pizza did, just for what it's worth, which cost $40 billion, made 33, so it didn't make its money back. And then when you Google it, the 4 questions that are asked under people also ask, this is for you, Jeff, obviously. What was the point of Licorice Pizza? What was the point of Licorice Pizza? Is Licorice Pizza a true story? Is Licorice Pizza worth watching? Is Licorice Pizza inappropriate? I think that's amazing. That those are the 4 most asked questions on Google of Licorice Pizza. Probably
what I ask myself every morning.
I think it has to do.
That's the mantra on his mirror.
I think, Liz, I really agree with your point, but I think it's also like this thing. Like, and we talk about this, and I rant about this, and I scream at the sky about this, is it's like so much about the disappearance of like the mid-budget movie. And it's like when you have someone like him, where he is like one of the few people who gets like these mid-budget movies made because he has a name to him. It's like, what does he have like a responsibility with that? Or like, it's just in general, it's just like so much of this conversation also like revolves around that. And like this movie is also existing, in 1999 is like such a beautiful heyday of like indie movies and these mid-budget movies, and like now so much is disappearing. And like even like with Licorice Pizza flopping, like no matter what you think about it, it's like sad where you see a mid-budget movie fail because it used to be okay when a like they could flop.
Absolutely.
But when you see it now, you're like, oh,
this is an awesome conversation that we
Well,
haven't had in
back.
500 episodes of the show. And I might have to not leave to talk more about this.
Yes, we did it. I think
92.
Can I say it's also interesting in this balance of having the conversation of Tom Cruise making Top Gun Maverick and then the validity of making a mid-budget movie, I think is like, or not even the validity, the necessity of it. I don't know like what the real world word is actually. I'm on Dayquil and have had wine, so it's just
I'm surprised you're awake still.
It's my kid's gonna wake up in 45 minutes, so it's fine. I think like I think that going to what your question is, Kenny, which I don't have an answer for, which is the responsibility of filmmakers working now. What do we have? The only thing that I think we have a responsibility to is to make sure there is an industry for the next generation. And I think this is the first time in an extremely long time that there is a possibility that the film industry that not only we grew up in, but that existed before us and has evolved, may not exist anymore. And that I think is a responsibility that is on the onus of that is on everyone in the film industry of how do we, and it's not just about budget. It's not just about content. It's every conversation and it's everything. It's how we evaluate movies. It's how look, the downfall of Twitter is sort of like a fascinating experiment in all of this of will we all like movies again if we don't shit on them immediately after we see them? Yep. So I think there's, but like, would Magnolia exist now? Like, would anyone make that movie? I mean,
Magnolia could exist.
Magnolia right now.
Magnolia could exist if PTA made it. I mean, The Fabelmans is the closest thing to Magnolia. If one of these big people, I haven't even seen it. My only point is there are
every single person who saw it was like, no,
that's not my.
It was great. We all hit the same note too, which is beautiful.
My point is there are 20 filmmakers right now who can get $40 million blank checks.
Yes,
and if someone decided
$40 blank check, that
that $40 blank check. But I think the only point I want to make of what you're saying, Liz, which I sadly agree with every word of. I mean, I say sadly because it's depressing as shit. Is I think the Oscars are a big fucking problem because like a big problem.
Sure.
Because the only thing that is propping up these movies that don't make money are the Oscars. You have all these movies that are not making money, but that are getting made to potentially get Oscars. So what I would like the last thing I want is for people to make.
You're talking about movies that with a bigger budget. That like you're not talking about. Okay.
Not indies. No, not small movies.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Licorice Pizzas of the world. I only by way of example. These few people who are allowed to make mid budget movies, right? What I feel like what I feel like you're saying is people who have the mid budget, who get the mid budget, who get that $40 million, kind of have a responsibility to make a movie that people outside of our bubble are going to see and go to the theaters to see. And what I would say is, okay, I agree, but the best way to get there always is to do your best work, and I think your best work is always honest. Now, the issue, and to take it a step further, if your best work and your best honest work is not something that connects with audiences, I'm sorry, you're no longer a commercial filmmaker. All right, like I'm sorry that you just aren't playing.
What does that mean today? I guess is the question. Like I
don't make your movies don't make money. Well, so I'm sorry you're not.
But that's a big problem right now in the sense of. But okay, I know what you're saying. But
just hear what I'm saying.
In the world too, where like people like Inarritu are making movies for Netflix that are never going to get any kind of box office return, but he's still getting $100 million to do whatever it is he wants to do.
I could talk about Netflix in a second, but fuck Netflix for the sake of this conversation. But so you're no longer a commercial filmmaker, and you have to reevaluate what you're doing. Except there are still these studios who will finance movies that make them feel good about themselves at dinner parties, and specifically movies that win awards. And that to me, and I'm not trying to make any prescription here, but that to me is what kind of potentially is really hurting the ability for new filmmakers to get their $40 million movies. People like the person who made Bodies, for instance, a movie that made money, that was made for about $20 million. That person should have more and more movies because that person has proven that they're a commercial filmmaker. I don't know if that's going to happen. Well, but I don't know if that $20 million goes
Everything Everywhere All at Once breaks this mold in that it was a mid-budget movie and it made $100 million. And I think that is like the prime example that movie-going audiences are alive and well for a mid-budget film. That's unique.
But that's because it's a spectacle. That's because Everything Everywhere All at Once is a spectacle.
Sure.
And the problem, Liz, and I so respect everything you're saying, is the problem is how do you get grown-ups to go to a movie without spectacle? You know, the genius of Everything Everywhere All at Once is that it uses spectacle as a draw to get you in there to really see what is a small movie about relationships and human connection and so forth. And that is not necessarily a repeatable experiment. That's not something you can do over and over again, unless that is the direction that cinema is taking in the next 25 years, is some sort of weird hybridization. I'll stop talking in a second. Some sort of weird hybridization of the spectacle, which has driven people to movies really since Jaws, and the grown-up kind of relationship movies that we're all yearning to make.
Can I also just say?
Well, and I think Babylon. Sorry, can I just say the last thing, because I think this is I think Babylon is a good experiment in this entire conversation. We're recording this podcast before Babylon has come out, and this is a movie that is all the things that I personally have said. Like, who wants to see
it? It's the shitting elephant in the room.
But it's it's a hyper specific Los Angeles story made for an exorbitant budget. Bless getting that budget, again, not putting a target on saying anybody's bad for doing that, but are people going to go see this movie? I'm so curious of, does the spectacle pay it off? I don't know in that.
I will say, I hear everything you're saying. I do think Chazelle does deserve a shot because he did make an LA specific mid-budget movie that made $250 million worldwide. So that's, if there's one guy who's proven, and again, this has nothing to do with quality. If there's one guy who's proven that he can turn 40 million into 250 with a movie about the film industry, it's this guy.
It's a musical though.
And it's such a narrow tunnel. Yeah.
It's a $100 million movie almost.
It's a musical.
But how much did it make? 400 million. I think I was underselling that too.
That's true. No, I'm saying that Babylon costs like $100 million.
It's like the type of movie though too. Like I think Babylon is aiming for a completely sort of different audience, maybe, than La La Land is. Like
sure. All I'm saying is, to say it's a musical to me is the same thing as saying, well, it's Top Gun Maverick.
Right. No,
musicals didn't make money like this. It was a miraculous success.
I
do want to parent test where it's like you ask your parents, you're like, here are these 2 adult movies, which one? And you like, my parents, I show like we saw La La Land, they wanted to go to, they knew about that. And like when I was home for Thanksgiving, they were like, what is this Babylon movie? They were so confused when we went to see Glass Onion.
It may make no money. And in fact, I think it will make no money. But
yeah, I mean, First Man disappointed, right? First Man did no business, despite being, I think, the better film, really, than La La Land. I loved it.
I have one question for everybody, which I think could potentially be one of the things that I also feel has gone away, and I'm not quite sure why, which is our 500-pound gorilla filmmakers aren't supporting other filmmakers. They're not producing other filmmakers' works. You're not seeing Chris Nolan produce anybody else's work. You know, obviously Spielberg is an anomaly.
Well, Snyder really needed his help to produce, you know.
But
Spielberg does.
I know, of course.
I know you're saying that,
but I'm speaking more to the fact that there are, and I think part of this is because those filmmakers are scared they can't get their films made, so they don't want to help other people get their movies made.
Here's the thing: Barry Jenkins puts his money where his mouth is.
Yes,
like
there are
After
filmmakers
Sun,
that do.
You know, is there because of Barry and his team. I think.
Scorsese supporting Joanna Hogg for 3 straight years.
So I do think, in terms of this generation, Barry puts his money where his mouth is. But I really thought when you said 500-pound gorilla, I was like, we're talking about the elephant in Babylon, and I was like, I need more.
I don't know if I agree with that either, Phil. Even filmmakers who make stuff that we don't like. I mean, we do like. I don't know what people feel about the Russo brothers, but they did it. They did the thing with Daniels. I mean, they did. You know,
I'm not saying that it never happens. I'm saying that I feel like it could be happening more, and I think that those people throwing their weight around, it really could be. It just could be more helpful. That's all I'm saying.
I wonder though with that, and I'm sorry to jump in here because again, who am I? But I wonder with that though, because Phil, you're talking about like when you're talking about the directors who would throw their weight around. Part of that is like the guys who are really doing that and the people who are really doing that, you know, you look at that and like what Spielberg was doing in the 80s with the Donner movies and all of that. But that's because those directors were coming out of a very auteur-driven 70s where they had a lot of cachet. And I think you're partially right. Yeah.
but like truly, there's a lot of money.
That's the thing. I think, Phil, you're partially right when, and like, I think I agree with you when you're touching on the idea of like, oh, those directors are afraid they won't make money. I do think that the issue that we're having is, yes, Scorsese can champion a Joanna Hogg, and the Russos got real lucky championing the Daniels with Everything Everywhere being an unprecedented, you know, smash. But I do think it's one of those things where these directors are still championing people, but that doesn't carry the same weight of like Martin Scorsese helping Diane get made and play to a mostly packed house at the IFC Center is not the same thing as Steven Spielberg presents The Goonies. Because I don't think that. No, but like really,
the structure's not in place anymore.
I don't think that there's
a lot can be said for the death of the monoculture too. Like we're just not. We don't all go see the same movies.
But we don't go to the movie theaters anymore. I mean, we all do go to the same movie. We all go see Top Gun Maverick. Like that, I think is what's interesting is like the monoculture's not dead. It's just it's literally now it's so minute to hit that bullseye.
There's a bifurcation that happened.
Yeah.
It's like you have your Marvel movies, you have your multi-million-dollar movies that are.
By the way, 27-year-old Jordan. You coming around. I'm coming around. You knocked it out of the park. I gotta go, so I just want to say.
Oh, thank you so much, Liz. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate it.
Good night.
But it is like
hi, Liz.
It is that bifurcation that happens.
You brought it so hard, Liz. We really appreciate it.
Really did.
Well, it's also like Jeff said, which is that it's because like, you know, to what Jeff said and what Jordan says is that there's so much now. It's that you can only get spectacle. You can only get a big box office with spectacle, and for the most part, these directors they're not doing what Spielberg did, and they're not producing spectacle movies. And it's just, you know, Scorsese can, you know, champion a Joanna Hogg, but Joanna Hogg's not fueling the box office.
Yeah, Joanna Hogg's then not going to play to a packed house, honestly, unless it's like a few houses speckled about the landscape.
She's not. Joanna Hogg's movies are not going to be playing in theaters for 60 weeks while the while the Blu-ray comes out.
Yeah,
you know. So
it's the heads who are there.
Full team hog right here.
It
is a most basic breakdown, right? It's exactly what you're saying. That people are not spending a theater ticket price on anything that doesn't justify the $15 or $20 for IMAX or whatever it is, because, and this is like Phil and Kenny and I have gone over this, 3 separate podcasts each time I bring it up, because you always have me picking these mid-range movies, and saddling me with the red.
Well, I mean, it was so sweet of you, though.
It was. I'm a Canadian. I got to take one for the team. But what happened was DVDs and subsequently Blu-rays convinced people that they could see a movie in their home at a level that was comparable to a movie theater. So they started waiting for everything that they didn't have to go out and see in the opening weekend. As a result, now movies make, 60% of their entire run in the first 4 days.
First weekend,
which is insanity. But as a result of that, stuff doesn't linger as long. So stuff comes out on VOD faster. And now, subsequent to the pandemic, the window has collapsed to the point where anything is meaningless.
There is no window.
I mean, I literally watched She Said 2 days ago.
I watched it last night
on iTunes.
Oh wow!
She said it's already on iTunes.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's Fableman's is out this week, right?
They're expediting the VOD.
Fableman's is hitting VOD.
It's hitting VOD on Tuesday.
Done anything
Same with
theaters.
What is it? Love and Bones. What is it?
Bones and All.
Love and Bones.
Whatever. I would have watched either one.
I mean, Love and Bones, basically.
I've seen Bullet Train on Netflix this week. I was like, oh my god, that's already on Netflix.
Yeah. Amsterdam is on HBO Max right now.
It's on Disney Plus everywhere else.
Now that it's nothing but the diehards, and I love y'all for it.
I love you guys.
Because this all has to do with Magnolia, right?
This all has to. So I
haven't really talked about it, so I stuck around to talk about it.
I do have to go because my dinner was almost burning just now, which is why I was gone for a second.
Well, we appreciate it. But
I'm
yes,
glad
Kenny,
I made it
saying?
to Kenny calling me a diehard.
You are a
Jordan.
diehard.
Jordan, we'll see you on the Spielberg draft.
It's true.
I can't wait.
It's true.
So excited.
Yes.
I love that Clay showed up he kicked off real fast. He came on and was like, I can't deal with this. I'm out of this.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't.
Yeah, he looked perturbed.
What were you saying, Kenny?
I'm saying considering this is basically the last free for all I'll ever be on. I want to talk about the Netflix thing that Norm brought up briefly.
Okay. Yep.
About Inarito getting. He got $100 million to do Bardo. Is that what
I'm assuming? I don't know.
Something like that.
Something like
Bomback got 150 for White Noise.
That is all on the screen. I will say that.
There is first of all, I can't wait to see that movie. The 1 out of 5 critics who are like, this is a masterpiece is so exciting to me.
It is the least Bomback and the most Bomback he's ever made. It's the only way I can explain.
I'm very curious.
There's something about this Netflix still spending money thing that and I have no idea how they make money that I'm fine that I'm very
Do they though?
They don't.
Do they
That's
what?
the thing. They
don't
make money.
Don't make
Nobody
money.
knows.
They do make money.
They
do
as much
make
as
money.
they did last year, and that's
they
the
do
that's
make,
the thing.
They,
right?
they do make money. That's the thing. That's crazy. But they're the only streaming service, or they're the only media company that is in the black.
What does make money mean? They just shuttered their animation division. They're pulling up stakes in TV development. It feels
that is not true. My friend just got hired to run their animation division. Their animation
Which animation division? Because I heard that they were shrinking their animation division.
Yeah,
but
that was my understanding.
They made $2 billion last quarter. They make money. That's what I mean.
But can I just?
They profit more than they lose.
But how much? I guess the question is how much investment is coming. I agree with you that money is being made, but is more money being made that's being invested in the company? Is the question that I have. Did they make $2 billion, or did $2 billion get invested in their company and they made back the $2 billion?
What?
Okay, whatever. Do you
It's
understand what I'm
too late
saying?
for
Is it a
math,
wash? Or is there actual money being made? Is my question.
No, there's actual money being made. They report profits, whereas Warner Brothers reports $10 billion in losses, or Disney. This is public information. All I'm saying is I'm not defending Netflix. All I'm saying is there is something going on that I don't think people are appreciating or understanding. I don't appreciate it or understand it either. But the fact that they could still throw $5 billion to $10 billion every year at content and still walk away with a profit, and no one else can, is weird and scary and bad and also like weird, miraculous.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I guess the question is more about like, I don't know that Netflix as a company, I'm not suggesting that they're not making money, but I do you feel like it has the same drive that it had before? That people are, I mean, personally speaking, they make far less movies now that I'm interested in. I think that these two, that Bardo and White Noise, are anomalies that are not going to happen moving forward. So I do wonder, like, what we're talking about. Like, if we're talking about the Gray Man universe that they're building, cool.
No, I don't even care. I don't even care what they make.
Gray
I just,
Man universe.
You know, my thing with Netflix is I thought this Glass Onion thing was really interesting to me.
Sure.
With the entire internet yelling at them. Why aren't you keeping this in theaters? You're leaving $500 million on the table. Why would you do this? The answer's simple to me, because they will spend $100 billion to kill theaters. That is their goal. The last thing they want to do is have you go to a theater and enjoy your time there, and then maybe go to another theater instead of staying home and watching Netflix. They are our enemies.
But conversely, they need theaters for the legitimacy that they crave.
Right.
I agree with
Oscars.
You.
They want the Paris theater. They want all this.
I agree with you that I do think movies that are in the theater have more cachet and value on Netflix. I don't think they think that. I think they think the theatrical experience, and I think the theaters they own are very strategically placed in places that Oscar voters live.
Even though they bailed on the Egyptian, but yeah.
I think I think their goal is to destroy movie theaters, and the fact that Rian Johnson even got a week out of them is unbelievable. But also think about that. He only got a week out of them. That's it.
It is interesting. I don't disagree with what you're saying, that the ultimate goal is to destroy theaters. I think that's true. But I also think that you've got fucking Reed Hastings being like, we don't want to keep it in theaters because we think it's going to incentivize people to subscribe to Netflix and watch Glass Onion. If you think that the people that are watching Glass Onion aren't already subscribers to Netflix, I mean, that to me is just kind of that's kind of horseshit.
But there are two goals. There are new subscribers and there's lowering the churn rate. So it's like
sure.
You want to
owning the copyright on things.
Sure.
I mean, I think that's ultimately what it comes down to, is building their own library.
They want to be their own studio.
I genuinely think that the thing that used to be their greatest asset, which was the brandlessness of them, we are whatever you want us to be, it continues to hurt them, which is that for people that are actually, and I think that's why you're seeing the churn rate. I think that's why you're seeing a lot of these streamers focusing and trying to kind of really hone in on their brands, is because they want people to understand what they're getting for the $11, $12, $15 a month, whatever it is. And I think with Netflix, it's still kind of, I still don't really know what that is. I know what you're going to say, Kenny, which is that there are a lot of people that just sit down in front of their television and they just search around Netflix and they find something, and that's fine. I'm not one of those people, but I'm sure that there are people like that out there. And for them, quote unquote, Netflix is TV. I totally get that. And
I always thought that was Netflix's goal.
I agree. And I think
when
that
Netflix greenlit The Ranch with Ashton Kutcher and
John William Scott?
No, the bad guy, Danny Masterson.
Oh, Masterson.
That's when it was clear to me that they weren't in the quality game; they were in the quantity game. Because HBO would never put The Ranch on their air. Showtime, anyone who's in the quality game would never put that was the first piece of shit that from the outset they're like, this is a piece of shit, and it was impossible to explain.
Fuller House worked for them. Fuller House worked for them.
But dude, all these things worked. I'm not saying The Ranch didn't.
Yeah.
Fuller House was after The Ranch. Fuller House was after they had defined themselves as we're the everything company.
Yep.
And that was a really good play for them, because they were not trying to replace HBO or FX. They were trying to replace the cable
everything. They're trying to replace
now they're trying to replace broadcast too. But at the time it was just, we're going to be cable.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff, please.
No, I was going to say, I keep hearing that they are retrenching somewhat from this cover the waterfront strategy, where they're trying to sort of be they're in animation and in half-hour comedy and in prestige features and in spectacular features and in foreign acquisitions. You can't do everything at once. And it seems like they are trying to be more strategic. This is what I'm hearing. Now what I'm hearing comes through a TV filter. Okay, that's most of what I'm going to hear about. But it just seems like there's not enough money to justify this like Amazon style, we're going to own everything and we're going to be in the red for 20 years and then eventually we'll turn a profit.
There's not. I think also the metric, at least from a Wall Street perspective, seems to have changed as well, which is like, it's actually show me the money. It's not subscriber numbers and this, that, and whatever. People want to see hard dollars now. And I do wonder whether or not that's going to affect everybody, not just Netflix.
By the way, that is Netflix's PR. That is because that's what they're good at right now.
Sure.
That's what they have pushed out. Look at the bottom line. Don't worry about subscriber numbers. Look at the bottom line. So now all of these other companies that are actually adding subscribers, Peacock added 5 million people last month. Last quarter, all these companies that are adding subscribers, they've convinced Wall Street that doesn't matter. It's actually amazing what they're pulling off on the PR front.
Listen, I'm very curious to see how it's all going to shake out, because I do feel like, I also, similar to you, Jeff, I'm hearing the stuff I hear is on the TV side. It's not really on the feature side of things. So, I've got friends that are either on shows or been on shows, where orders are being cut down after the scripts are being written, seasons are being thrown away after stuff is being, there's trash. There just seems to be a lot of like, there's something going on over there in terms of just trying to rejig something, find shore, figure out a way to sort of like get everybody's nerves to kind of settle. And I think as we head into 2023, which really no one knows what that's going to look like in a myriad of ways on a country, I'm just curious to see how all of it shakes out. I don't think that Netflix is nearly the bulletproof thing that it was. I think that they are vulnerable in a way that we obviously saw in April. And I think that we're going to see how that all kind of plays out. I think, by the way, everyone is vulnerable. I don't think that there is a streamer that isn't vulnerable in some way or another. Maybe Apple, because they just have so much money that they can basically just do whatever the
Apple and Amazon aren't playing the same game.
Yes, they can do whatever they want. Yeah,
and that's that's a huge problem for Netflix. Actually, sure. That's the only I don't think they anticipated that. But guys,
what I'm very curious about is on the feature side of things, just to get back to the movies and what have you, and what we were talking about, the theatrical experience. You're
going to wind this up. You're going to make this part of the Magnolia discussion. It's going to be a masterpiece of rhetoric.
If it's the
I'm
last
so
thing I do.
excited.
I just, because I do think it comes back to what we were saying in terms of the theatrical experience, the auteur thing. They chased auteurs for a long time. Kenny and I had many discussions about how, the goal here was to be legitimized, for them to be a place where like real fucking filmmakers went, and they got a bunch of those filmmakers to show up there. And then they made really expensive movies that didn't win them Oscars, and they were like, fuck this noise now, like we're not going to do this anymore. I am curious to see, because I don't think that's entirely true. Spike Jonze is apparently developing something with them. I think there's a bunch of people that I bring this up because I do wonder when does a Paul Thomas Anderson show up at Netflix? I mean, he made that Radiohead thing, which was specifically for Netflix, that the Tom York, whatever. I don't think that he's impervious to this stuff. Like, I think he just wants to make what he wants to make. So
outside of Spielberg, they'll all go there.
It feels like, or at the very least, they'll go to any of the streamers, right? Like if Apple shows up now, it feels like they'll go.
Will Nolan ever? I don't think Nolan will.
Maybe
Nolan's the only holdout.
Whoever guarantees them an IMAX release will get him on board. Whoever guarantees Anderson a 70mm run will get him.
Right.
I mean, Quentin said he wants to do Bounty Law for Netflix. He wants to do a fucking 8-episode Bounty Law thing for Netflix.
What everybody needs.
And this guy is the most hardcore. Like, he buys movie theaters. Like, and even he is like, yeah. I mean, if Netflix, like, yeah, I'll do a miniseries version of The Hateful Eight. I'll do the 4-hour version of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Which, Quentin, fucking give me that already. I need more Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
I will say this, Tom, because I can sense that Kenny wants to wrap this up, which is completely fair since we've been doing this for almost 4 hours.
I'm starting to get those texts.
So I'll just say this to kind of wrap it up and to
potentially bring it full circle to some degree. I do think that the Paul Thomas Anderson thing is interesting just because I think that these filmmakers, to Kenny's point, most of them, if they're going to be given the chance to make that movie that they want to make for $40 million, I think that's very much on the table. It's the 150 to fucking, Noah Baumbach. It's the $100 million to Iranitu. I think that's going to lessen, but the mid-budget director auteur-driven thing, I think they'll do.
It's hard. And all I would say is that my initial kind of germ of a thought was, I don't think Netflix operates on a project to project basis. I think they look at a slate, and I think that there is no way for Bardo to make quote unquote $100 million, or for Bardo to quote unquote make $100 million, or for White Noise to make $100 million. It's just about this giant slate and allocating what each individual project needs. So I think that's a completely different way people will have to think about movies and TV moving forward. They're insistent upon not telling you what each individual project
for
does.
Sure. I'll just say this. I think that, Magnolia is an anomaly for a bunch of reasons. I think that it was a big movie that we wanted to talk about on this podcast for a million reasons. But I think one of the biggest ones is it is a fully auteur-driven blank check movie by a guy who was basically allowed to do whatever he wanted at a time when, not to say that there weren't a fair amount of filmmakers that could, but like this was him at his most unabashed, his most whatever you want to call it, and I think that that's really exciting, and I think that's still really exciting, and I think that even sorry, go ahead.
So before we rate it,
oh God,
which we should do with the five of you.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay, great.
I just want to say thank you to Norm Wilner, Jordan Gustafson, Jeff Greenstein, Tom Lorenzo, Mike Natale,
the diehards,
particularly our three friends on the East Coast.
I know,
crazy,
you guys are crazy
bastards.
How?
Who have stuck this out to the end. I am so proud.
This is how. I mean, can I just say
because I'm drunk and I'm going to keep drinking until when this is over. So I don't give.
So let's
go
out
after this.
Let's go around the horn. Norm Wilner, Magnolia, 0 to 99. What are you at?
Weirdly enough, I would not change my rating.
Okay.
I think it's still like a 96 or 97. It's a time capsule of everything about Paul Thomas Anderson. It is the moment, and I'm unable to disassociate myself from that first experience where it was just like heart in throat, could not move, could not believe that it was delivering it at that level and not stopping, and not the I don't even know what the term is. The waveform of it is a straight line replicated over and over and over again. It's a remarkable accomplishment. And I don't think he could do that again. I don't think he has done it again. I don't think he wants to.
I don't think he wants to.
But what it, like and to bring the room down a tiny bit, my dad died in October.
I'm sorry.
And I'm not ready to watch that movie again for a while.
Yeah.
But
fair enough.
I know when I'm ready, it's going to be there for me.
Yeah.
Jordan, what are your thoughts?
Well, since it's only my first time, I don't think it changes at
all.
Let's just give one rating. We got 5
one rating for everybody.
7.
I think it's like a 97. I don't know. It's like the closest you could get for being up there for perfection for me. It's like this and Punch Drunk Love are even though I just saw it, it immediately skyrocketed up just because, Kenny, me and you have very similar sensibilities in maximalist movies and movies that do the most.
Yep.
And I'm just fascinated when a movie does that. And this is so clearly him throwing everything. And maybe it doesn't all work all the time, but it's fucking engaging. So.
Yep. Well, I also say, just to your point, when I was texting with Carrie Corrigan, who was on here, I don't know, 3 hours ago, she and I were texting about it, and she had never seen it before either. And I said to her, it really is one of those pre and post movies where you know what I mean, a movie that your life before, your life after a little bit. And I think that is always an amazing thing. But Jeff Greenstein, let's hear it.
Okay, I want to preface this by saying, and this is something that I think Mr. Nybart will be in sympathy with. I like really overambitious movies that maybe don't entirely get there.
Mm-hmm.
I like the big swing. I like an artist who so yearns to communicate something about what it feels like to be alive, some kind of experience where sometimes there are things in there that maybe only make sense to him, that don't always connect. Not all the lights on the Christmas tree go on. These are my favorite kind of entertainments. My least favorite. But, well, no, this is the thing. And Magnolia is one of those.
Yes.
You know, I don't think the William Macy story works at all, but it doesn't matter. Okay. It doesn't matter because, like, Henry Gibson with that cigarette is just a beautiful image.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
The frogs, the song. I remember when I saw this in 99, I was completely delighted by the audacity. And when I watched it again 3 days ago, I was once again delighted by the audacity. So the number that I'm going to hang on this is not representative of a lack of enthusiasm or passion for this film because, as you know, guys, this made it into my top 10 for 99. I love this film. I love this film. I'm going to give this a 93.
Wow, that's still a great fucking number.
It's a great number.
It's a great number.
It
Tom
sounds like
Lorenzo.
you were building up for like a 50.
I know. I was like, oh god, it's gonna be like 70.
I thought we were going to be in the 80s, but
no.
Tom Lorenzo, what do you got?
All right, fuck. I guess I'm going to throw the cold water on this fucking party, I guess.
We expect
Why
nothing
would you
less.
save him and me for last? Why?
Well, because Kenny and I are going to go, and we're going to bring the whole thing back.
Yeah, we'll be last, buddy. Don't worry.
Good.
We're going to bring it. I listen, I love a big swing too, and my number is not indicative of I like this movie. I don't think PTA is capable of making an unwatchable movie. I think anything he does is going to be inherently watchable, and because this is so much movie, there's a lot of good shit in here.
Okay.
But because there's so much, and because he was a 27-year-old coke fiend who was so high on his own supply, and like a lot of 20-year-olds really convinced he was smarter than everybody in the room, is straining for profundity, but is so full of shit in many ways.
Sure.
We just go, all right, shut the fuck up already. Jesus Christ, you 27-year-old asshole. Like, I get it. Like, you know everything because you're 27.
Yeah.
Great, awesome.
Okay.
Wait until you're in your 30s.
Tom, you're like 31, right?
Yeah.
I'm 32.
You got all those years of wisdom.
But wait until you're in your 30s and your body's breaking down. And you've had some fucking heartbreak and not just, Fiona Apple broke up with me because me and Quentin did too much coke and she got annoyed at me.
If Fiona Apple broke up with me, I would also make a 3-hour movie like this.
This movie isn't even about her breaking up with me.
I wouldn't blame Fiona Apple for breaking up with me if I made a movie like this.
What's your number, Tom?
My number is 80. It's still it's
good.
That's a great.
But that's what I'm saying.
He pulled a Rosetta on us.
I pulled a Rosetta on you. Shut the fuck up.
All right.
It's still good, but it's not what you would expect from him.
I'm gonna miss the shit out of you guys. I really am.
What are you gonna fucking pull the trigger on yourself? I'm just gonna
you're coming on our show.
You're going on their show. It's gonna be fun.
I am. All right.
Mike DeToll. What do you got?
Okay. So I'm similar to Tom in that I do find the film a bit messy. I think part of that is a generational thing, and I don't mean that to sound like in any way, but hearing people who saw Magnolia in theaters talk about how transcendent it was reminded me of how I felt when I saw There Will Be Blood. Sure. And I do wonder if for Paul Thomas Anderson, it's like SNL casts. It's just like whatever age you were at.
That's interesting.
It's not wrong.
Yep. But the weird thing about Magnolia is I think if I was just, it's, when people talk about a book like Paradise Lost and they say it's more fun to talk about than to read.
Or Infinite Jest.
Yeah. Like my thing with Magnolia is I liked it a lot more before I rewatched it in a way that when I'm actually having to sit and reconcile with the entire thing, I think my score is probably in the 80s, like Tom, maybe even the 70s. But I'm telling you right now, this entire time we've been recording this, there's a label that sits on the top corner of my laptop, and it has for years, and it comes from this film, which is it just says, but it did happen. Because that hits me so profoundly.
Me too.
Him saying life isn't short, it's long, hits me profoundly. So while the whole picture, when I'm actually forced to look at the whole picture, I'm noticing a lot of strange brushstrokes and a lot of stuff that I don't think comes together. The fact of the matter is, certain parts of this movie get its hooks in me. So if I'm rating the whole, having just watched it, it's probably lower. But if I'm just rating what has stuck with me,
sure,
this thing's got to be in 89, 90, 91.
It's a good answer. That's a great answer.
All right, I'm going to go first
Kenny?
because you should have the last word, Phil. This is your night.
Yeah, this was clearly my night.
All right.
You got Sarah Polly to show up.
You did.
Can we just say that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna. All right, so I'm gonna just keep my number first. My number's 99, but I also want to talk about it because my number's like it's almost the opposite of what Jeff said in terms of, I'm giving this. I feel the exact way you do, Jeff. Like literally word for word what you said, but I'm going to let my emotions override my brain on this one. And emotionally, this is like my favorite movie of the year. And everything everybody said that's messy or nasty or doesn't quite work about it. I saw it too watching the film, and there are moments where I'm like, is this really my favorite film? Do I really feel that strongly about it? It's very easy to see places that it doesn't quite come together. And it's very easy to see places where it feels really written in a way that's a little annoying and frustrating. But again, like I really appreciate you said that, Mike, about but it did happen, because you're the first person that mentioned it. That hit me as a 17-year-old, like, frog to the face. And what it really did was it taught me how to watch movies. More than anything, that one line, that one little moment basically said, shut the fuck up and engage with what's on the screen and stop projecting what you wish would happen or what you want to happen. Engage with what is happening. And that is so incredibly powerful to me as a movie watcher. So while this is not, so many of my favorite movies are movies I wish I made or wish I could made or could make or things that I aspire to do. My real favorite movies, the top things are things I could never come close to. As I said, I did my sight and sound list for fun, and I'll do it again because I don't know what we're going to do. But my top three were Do the Right Thing, All That Jazz, and Who Framed Roger Rabbit. 3 movies I could never in a billion fucking years make, but movies that I think are incredibly pure expressions of what the creators wanted to put out there in the world. I'm not going to put this in my top 10 of all time, but I do think this is my number 1 film of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably mine as well. I'm also at a 99, and I agree with everything you're saying and second basically everything you're saying. I think what's interesting about this film too is reading interviews with Paul Thomas Anderson back then, reading interviews with him now, the perspective that he has on the film and all of that. But I also, to the whole "but it happened" thing, I also love that for him, part of that is about how he would be living his life feeling like it was a movie. It was like movies were robbing him of real experiences. So he wanted to kind of give the movies back this real, like this idea of what is real and what is fiction. And I think that that's a fascinating thing too, because this whole film is trafficking in currency of what is possible and what is not possible, which I also love. That, it's I don't know. I do want to say this. I saw the film 3 times in 1999. I took people to see it. I forced my parents to watch it, as I said earlier on this podcast, even though it didn't go over well. It is the movie that I associate most with 1999. I was obsessed with the couple at the center of this movie in a lot of ways, which is Fiona Apple and Paul Thomas Anderson. She's making an album. He's directing all her music videos. I was just all in on the two of them. So I just love everything that's within its borders, that's just kind of kissing up against it. I think it's a really special thing. I don't think it's perfect. As Kenny said, I don't think it would be in my top 10 films of all time. I'm not even convinced it's my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson movie. But
it's not mine.
Right. Like, it's definitely not mine either. But I watched this movie again, and it was a time capsule. As Norm said, as Jeff said, like, it took me back to 1989. And for that, I'm incredibly grateful. I'm also incredibly grateful for everyone who showed up for this fucking podcast tonight. And for Kenny setting it up. I mean, it's incredible what like Sarah Polly showing up and everybody showing up.
Honestly, what the fuck?
She's good people. I shouldn't even be in the same fucking state as Sarah Polly.
I love it.
Like,
I gave
on the
everybody
podcast?
times. Everybody was perfect on their time. Sarah Polly, I'm like, anytime between 6:30 and 8:30. She comes at 8:30 after a nap.
But I do think that she's amazing.
She's
the
whole
fucking
thing was really
greatest.
great.
Everything about it was great. I hope that any of the midsection of this is intelligible to our listeners. If you have stuck this out for 4 hours of Magnolia, we hope that this was everything you wanted it to be. It certainly was for me.
I can't believe it's longer than the movie.
It's longer than the movie by an hour.
Holy shit.
I knew it would be really long, guys.
Good,
I
10
knew
more
it would
minutes.
be. We had all these wonderful guests, all these people who on their own have and will again anchor a 2-hour episode of the show. So I knew this could go on forever. But guys,
I had no idea what was going to happen. Kenny, I genuinely thank you for doing this. I had a whole bunch of visions in my head of things that scared me that this was going to be, like that it was going to be an elaborate version of What Do Kids Know, and it was going to be a game show of some sort.
God, never.
I was
You were afraid of pissing your pants?
I was afraid of that. Yes, Kenny.
I will say that Jack Wilson on Twitter, I believe he goes by @CactusJack, has been tweeting at us forever on this podcast, guessed exactly what this would be. And
a cacophony of voices.
And I DM'd him and said, "You got it. So keep quiet." Nice job, Jack.
That's incredible. but truly, thank you for listen. You guys sticking around, the diehards that are here. But honestly, everything about this was a blast. Kenny, obviously, you and I have 2 more episodes, so there'll be tears coming down the road. But I just want to say this was amazing. It's everything I could have hoped for. My document aside, I am I'm very happy with the way that this turned out. So I really am incredibly grateful.
And thanks for sticking out the whole time, Ernie. You're the best.
Ernie, who's long a sleeper. I don't even know where Ernie is, but
there's no way he's asleep.
I also hope
I'm not asleep. I'm not asleep for the record, but.
But thank you again to everybody, and this was fucking great. And like the movie says, this happened. So thank you for that.
Thank you for having us, man.
Thanks, it was an honor. Thanks for having me.
A blast.
Bye, guys. You guys are amazing.
Night, everybody.